Check the backseat. Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover.
You just crossed him over. Danced to
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Having a crossover.
What?
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
What a great off-air conversation. I can't wait to
Yeah.
resume at the commercial break.
I hope you know I'm not exaggerating when I
I believe you.
Yeah.
I believe you. Josh, Jimmie, Nick, good afternoon.
What's up, bro?
Good day, mate. Howdy, Connor.
Nothing's up. Nothing's up. No baseball tonight. I know you're sad.
Says the snow.
I know you're sad.
It's all melted, basically.
It's all
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when I drove in. I was like, wow, it's basically all gone
But
already.
it's
Once
going to be
again,
muddy.
I haven't talked to Josh at all today before this very moment,
Hmm.
but I feel like there's something brewing, maybe, because this feels like it's pretty ripe.
If you are in our stream right now, or if you're not, rather, I need to speak to you. The super below my name says, is the snow done?
He's pondering, folks.
You know what's interesting? The last year around this time when he made the announcement, John was also gone. I think he's scared to do it around John.
No,
Could be.
Nick,
It could be.
I'm. It's not that I'm scared.
You're shaking in your boots.
I knew the snow would return. Correct, boy.
Here's the thing, though.
But now
You did
I
this-
think it's done.
You're doing this again. You're doing this with this. You've done it with the Grumball. These predictions are nonsense. You used to go out on limbs.
What do you mean?
You used to
Everyone
say
thought McDermott was going to leave, and I said he's back.
you
And
used to
now-
say the snow is done
Folks,
in
is that not a limb?
February.
Well, I was wrong.
He's
Now
calling
I'm
you
gonna
soft,
I'm
Josh.
going to be correct.
Is it the
though.
whole?
Are you getting
No,
soft in your old age? Is that what
no.
happens? That's what
okay,
Is it
I'll-
the whole bit that you're wrong?
No,
Are you
I want
soft,
to be
Josh?
correct.
Oh, I thought the bit was
he
that
just
you're
often
wrong.
ends up wrong.
Yeah, I end up being wrong, but I don't want to be wrong. I love being correct.
Did it stick to the sidewalk or the streets that you're around your
It,
guys' place?
I had some on my
Little bit.
driveway this morning.
Yeah.
You had none. It was
Yeah.
like for whatever reason, just
I mean,
didn't.
over here it looks fine.
Yeah.
It's just wet. But yeah, like I wore my spikes today when I went for my jaunt, just to make sure that my feet weren't. I didn't want to slip. I didn't want to fall. I didn't want to break my hip.
You ran outside still?
Mhm. Yeah,
Nice.
I'm not trying to run on the treadmill. No, thank you.
No, I hate treadmills.
It's the worst.
I
It
also
sucks.
hate running. So it's a different deal for me.
Odson comments with his wrench. He got scared protecting the undefeated record. Now that he's taken an L, he can throw them out like
That's a good point.
candy.
I think you should start doing that more. I think you should start throwing out bad predictions all the time because it's pointless if you're just making.
Ask
predictions
me.
that
It's
are
a ton of
always
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You're
Jimmie.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Jimmie.
We know that you're very wrong.
Now we don't have to blow this Mike Trout topic here.
No, the snow's a bust.
It's coming. The snow and the Mike Trout topic. That was a in general
It's
reference.
so if you guys have 10 minutes cut out on your show, that's
No,
gonna
let's
do
do
it
it.
already.
Let's do it. I mean, honestly, the McDermott thing, I DM'd him earlier. I said, hey, now that we have that, we're gonna have to drop something from our little rundown.
Perfect.
But now whatever.
We'll make it right here.
Let's drop the Trout stuff and let's just do it here.
Should we
Before-
give context to people that may not know what
That's
we're
what I
talking
was going to
about?
ask Jimmy
Should we?
before we absolutely destroy you.
Okay. I'm here for it. By the
I
way.
just want to know how this started.
I would
I
like
will.
to hear the
Because
the
I
context.
believe-
yes.
And this may be around the realm of the snow is done. I believe
Around the
you-
realm.
you both may agree with me when I'm done.
Nope.
Why don't you go ahead and say it?
No.
So, for anybody that is not a listener to the After Hours Lounge, we were talking about it, and it got brought up around the aspect of Victor Wembanyama and what does success look like for him in his entire career.
Okay.
And
That's a fun topic.
I agree, and Dan was very much on the board of it's going to work out. He's going to win multiple championships, and I was more on the realm of what if he ends up like Mike Trout, and he's just really, really good, but doesn't win a title. And then it got to a discussion of, does that make you a bust? And in my opinion, when you're quote unquote the best in your sport, and I agree, it is totally different in baseball. It is not the same as football. It's not the same as basketball. But if you are considered the best of the best in your sport for a period of time, if you are considered a first ballot Hall of Famer at that point, but you are never able to convert it even to a playoff win, I don't know if I could consider you a full success and to some degree a bust, but it's different than talking about Jamarcus Russell versus a guy who has.
Yeah, that's my main complaint.
Yeah.
The bust is the wrong word.
Yes, because
is it though?
Yes, Nick. So
Yes.
Jimmy, I searched define sports bust because I wanted to know what it is. In the context of professional sports, a bust is a term used to describe a player who has failed to live up to expectations, often due to poor performance or injury.
I think that's the right definition then.
No way.
Nobody says about a player, this guy's going to win 5 championships. They say how good of a player he's going to be.
Which statistically
that's the expectation.
And listen, if we're talking about a guy that has made it to a World Series and just couldn't, like, if we're talking about Jim Kelly, right? I don't think anybody looks at Jim Kelly as a bust, but I think you can.
Nobody looks at Mike Trout as a bust.
Yes, except for you. It's the wrong term.
What would the correct term be then? Define it for me.
Unlucky to be on the Angels.
I'd say. Really, he is a baseball player. It's just so
unlucky.
Different. I'm trying to think. So, like, would you say Charles Barkley?
Yeah, what's Charles Barkley?
Is he? He's not a bust.
He's not, but he's made it to an NBA, or he's made it to an NBA Finals. This is such a one-of-one discussion, though, right? Like there's no.
So Mike Trout becomes not a bust when he wins one playoff series, or like what?
How would we talk about LeBron if he had all the success that
but
he
that's
has?
basketball.
Hold on. I know, but just for the context of the conversation, how would we discuss LeBron if he's had everything he has right now, but he's 0 in the finals?
If he got to what has he been to?
He'd be
11
a playoff.
finals.
He'd be a playoff choker, but we wouldn't say he's a bust.
Yeah,
we say he's a choker.
But we can't even really call Mike Trout a choker because he's only been there one time. It's one of those things that he's widely been considered the best player in the world for like 4 to 5 years, and never even he made it to one playoff series, and in that playoff series went 1 of 12 at the plate too. It's not like he got there and did.
Nobody was stopping the Royals that year.
When he makes first ballot in the Hall of Fame, are you still going to call him a bust?
I mean, Charles Barkley is too, but it's one of those things that there's a difference between, I guess, being a bust in the word, the sense of the word that I'm talking about, where it's you have all of these expectations and you've just never been able to deliver on them.
So,
like I said,
Ted Williams never made the playoffs. You think Ted Williams is a bust? See, and that's where defining him as bust is it's the wrong
and
term.
I just think it's impossible to grade it at this time. Like it's something that will it even be?
You're grading it.
No, you're the one who's doing it.
I'm aware, but I don't think you can say that I'm right and I can say that you're wrong in this moment.
I think we have enough data on Mike Trout to know whether or not he's a bust. We have the stats.
So 3 MVPs,
has been
best
one
player of his generation.
Okay, and then has nothing to show for it. Other than
he has the MVPs.
He has the MVPs. And
respected his peers.
Yeah, and he's hit like 30 bombs every year. Like that works.
300 Shohei are best friends.
300 hitter lifetime average.
He got Shohei and didn't win a playoff series either.
368 home.
Like Jimmy, nobody comes in like when there's a highly touted prospect who comes into the league, and he's not. The LeBron thing was different. LeBron was 1 of 1. Mike Trout's not 1 of 1. Mike Trout is a historically very, very good baseball player, right? Like he is
agreed.
He is one of the best of all time. He's not 1 of 1.
I never said he was bad at baseball, by the way.
Just let me explain this. So he's not LeBron. He's not Michael Jordan. He's not 1 of 1. So when guys like that come into the league, we don't talk about them, and especially in baseball, we don't talk about it and say, "Oh man, just think about what this guy's going to do for the Angels. He's going to win 6 championships, and he's going to do this and this and this." No. It's about, in baseball, having an awesome 20-year career, however long your career lasts, where you can accumulate the stats to become one of the greatest players of all time. He's done that. That's how we talk about baseball.
Do you think he deserves any sort of flack for the fact that they did get him Shohei Ohtani, they did get him Anthony Rendon, and he's still like why does it fall on him? Why doesn't it fall on Ohtani? Because he was
the rest of the team.
He was the original piece, right? Like it was like trying to build around him. He was there first. He had all this success. When he got more star power and more people to contribute to the team,
they get Pujols.
Nothing changed. Yeah. No, wasn't he in their second year?
I don't know.
I think he came in Trout's second or third season.
Let's focus on the word bust for just a couple of moments.
Sure.
Amazing Daniel says there is no sense of the word this makes sense in. Does he think Dick Butkus, Gale Sayers are bust? Literally nobody uses the term that way. And an email from Nelson writes, not a bust, but a disappointment or underachiever is a better word.
Maybe underachiever is where I'm going here.
I read you the definition of bust, Jimmy. That is not what he is.
I don't know if I would say underachieved, though, because I think he's been achieving.
From a team perspective, but I mean, I think what
think
we're
that
learning
falls
is
on the rest
I
of
think
the
you just
team.
view baseball way differently
You're
than I do.
basketball brain in this.
Yes, you 100% are.
Maybe
Yeah.
a little too much. In the other,
Basketball
What about his pitching staff? Like, he doesn't control the pitching staff.
but
He is one player among 9 guys who bat on a regular basis. How many pitchers pitch? Like,
There's only
baseball
so
is-
much.
Like LeBron, if he never won a title, he would be busted. Wouldn't be the term I would use, but I would say, I mean, way underachieved because he is one of 5 guys and one of 10 on the floor. That's 20% of a starting lineup and 10% of the overall game itself.
do you think we look
That's
at
not
this
what he
differently if
is.
he's not in LA? If he's not playing for the Angels?
Absolutely not.
No,
Nobody cares
because
about
he
the
would
Angels anyway.
He'll have the stats.
That's more what I mean though, because
Like if he was on the Yankees,
because I think about like the Dak Prescott situation. I'm not saying this because you're here, but like Dak is getting crushed, and he's never been an MVP, but he's had MVP level.
if he played for the
seasons.
Titans, nobody would care.
Nobody
about him.
would care.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he'd be
And
good,
I think that Mike Trout gets a pass for the lack of success in the postseason. The MVP is absolutely helped, but the
Once
fact
again,
that he played-
football, it's like different. It's just different.
It is, but I'm trying to think of a comp to
Is
the
there a
situation.
baseball comp you got for him?
I'm trying to. I've been racking my.
I mean,
brain.
I
And
brought up-
when I said he's one of one, that's what I meant is the
But-
fact that there's nobody else that
But
has
Jimmy, I brought
this
up
many
Ted Williams,
MVPs.
Ernie Banks. Like those guys were. I mean, Ted Williams is. Some consider him still the greatest hitter of all time. Dude didn't play in the playoffs. Like it's baseball. It's just such a different sport.
It's just not the way we talk about it. It's
Yeah.
just like it's baseball is about the accumulation of a 20-year career and the amount of availability you have throughout it and your consistency. Like consistency is rewarded. And I mean, he's just been exactly that.
Mhm.
You know, that's exactly the player.
Amazing Teddy says if he was a Yankee, we wouldn't be talking about this because he would have had more postseason success.
Nobody
Yeah,
would
that's
ever
a good point.
nobody would ever think going into anyone's career, especially a highly touted prospect like he was, first round draft pick, nobody would ever be like, well, this guy needs to win
titles.
ever
But I'm not even
however
talking-
many championships.
We're not even talking about championships.
or get
He's
to the
never won a
playoffs.
playoff game.
It doesn't it's
But it's baseball.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, like
That's not up to him.
so like Caleb Williams is going to get drafted number 1, right? Next
Yeah.
month. And the
Is
expectation
he?
for him will be
If the Bears stay at 1, they may not take him. I
they're
don't think they
trading
will,
Justin
but
Fields. Right?
yes.
Yeah.
I think we'll-
let's
I don't-
unpack this
I
one
still
later.
don't think it's going to happen. But go
Let's
ahead.
unpack this
you
one
don't
later.
think
We're gonna unpack. We're on 1 already. Let's worry about that one later. We're
Go ahead.
still on
That
the
one.
Trout train.
No, Jimmy will be here all next week,
Yep.
so I can't wait. Okay.
We're on
So,
the Trout train.
He'll get drafted
Thanks, Nick.
number 3 overall.
Sure.
Whatever. The expectation for him will be Super Bowls. Like that's the expectation for him.
Correct.
A basketball, Wembanyama. The expectation for him is championships. Baseball players never get picked number 1, and it's like Bryce Harper wasn't drafted number 1. It's like, yep, he's gonna bring the Nationals a World Series. It was just like, let's
I
see
don't know.
how
I
good he
heard
is.
that.
I'm sure you did in your weird internet.
But I mean,
We also don't remember where players get like, do you remember the spot that Mike Trout got drafted?
I don't, but there was talk about
yeah, I don't either.
generational. I mean, wasn't he like 12th or 13th? I
Yeah, he
can't-
was in the 20s.
Okay,
First
I
round.
remember it was the first round, but I couldn't remember where it was at. But it's one
like
of
we don't that's not the way we think about it because you can miss on a
25th
first,
overall.
you
Thank you,
can
Nick.
miss on a pick in the first round in baseball and it doesn't tank your franchise.
right. Where
You know,
in the NFL or the NBA,
like there's
you
just
step back
not
10
that much
years.
pressure on the guy because he's not expected to be in the major leagues for another 3 years anyway. And that's just not like
Exactly,
it-
because it's baseball.
it's a sport that values longevity. It's a sport that values, consistency. And it doesn't I don't know that it doesn't value championships, but who's a guy in baseball where we're like, oh, he's won 7 rings, so he's the GOAT. Like people
we
maybe
don't talk
have
about
that
baseball.
argument with
We don't talk about baseball that way.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like people maybe have
Basketball-
that argument with Jeter,
Yeah,
but
but-
that's just because the Yankees baseball football brain it.
Rings
Yeah,
matter
and-
for the best basketball players ever and quarterbacks, and I think that's kind of it.
And the
in
G-
terms
the
of
Jeter thing
greatness rank.
just happened when baseball was on TV more across the board too. Like he was like in the middle of the 90s where sports were getting put everywhere as opposed to like literally the generation.
I mean, he
before
won.
him.
He was
Yeah.
a great player
Yeah,
and he won.
but he's
I,
not
I,
the best.
I just think he got put up on a bigger pedestal just because it was more visible.
Like, how
to
many
everybody.
playoff games did JJ Watt win? I don't care though. Like,
3.
it doesn't change my opinion on his greatness as a player, even though he was, one of the best defensive linemen that I've ever seen in my entire life.
But again, he won one though. Like he
Okay, well-
got there. He was able to do it. He got there. Like it's just such a it's such a weird dichotomy because it is just this one player that is uber talented, but like we just like it never gets talked about that he is so great. But and maybe this is for a conversation for after his career, like because let's say his back heals up and they just go on this monster run. That's not going to happen. But I mean, if it were, like it's a mute point. But it's just at this point.
Wait, so if he's like age 38 and he's on a championship team and he plays
I think
52 games
He's
for him.
clearly
like,
got to be
right.
a piece of
Okay,
the puzzle.
Jimmie. Josh Otson asked this. How do you
Okay.
feel about Ken Griffey Jr.? Is he a bust?
never made a World Series.
But there was discussion about him not living up to his potential, right? But that was all because of injury, though. Like it's one of those things that when
He had 600 home runs.
no,
Yeah.
I know, but people were looking at him as the Michael Jordan of baseball.
Not living up to
That-
or
and that's a little bit-
career cut short is a way different
that's
conversation.
two different things. But it's one of those things that, like, for Griffey, I think the bar was set so high he was never gonna be everything he was promised, especially after his injuries added up. But again, obviously a great player, one of the best of all time.
See, like Alex Rodriguez would have been a nice comp before he went to the Yankees.
Yeah, and he got hammered for this stuff,
Not
and nobody talks about Mike Trout.
No, he didn't. His team got hammered.
Well,
the contract was what got hammered, not him, though.
A-Rod had the 1 year with the Yankees where they were in the playoffs and he
disappeared.
was horrible.
Yeah, he disappeared.
But I'm saying before he got to the play, when he was just with the Rangers, nobody
Yes.
ever was like.
No.
I guess he had also been on the Mariners before that too, and they did go to the playoffs, so it's a little bit different. But yeah, I mean,
Again,
he had
it's
the
such
thing
a-
with the Yankees where
it
he
is-
slapped the
yes.
glove.
It
was
is such a
embarrassing.
one-of-one situation, though, that there's nobody else to compare it to.
except for Ted Williams and Ernie Banks.
Okay.
Those guys are Hall of Famers. They're incredible.
Yeah, I mean that's a good example. I mean that's the trajectory.
When this came up the other day, those are the first two guys that I thought.
That's the exact
Jimmie, they literally
trajectory
never
he's
even
on.
made the playoffs. Now I know it's a different era; fewer teams made it, but still, much.
That's
much.
the exact trajectory he's on.
And is that even more of like a slight towards Trout? Is the fact that he does have more of a shot at making it now? Like,
See, but I for you, it must be. I just don't care about baseball in that like the rings way. It's just such
I'm not even talking about rings. Though. Like, you guys keep bringing up championships. This is a guy
But,
that's
like,
never
but I
won
just
a
asked you
playoff
before, it
game
doesn't,
that is
like-
widely considered the best. Like, think about what all has to go in. Like, are the Angels? Do we really look at the Angels as that bad of a franchise?
Yes, they're horrible.
Dude, they had Shohei and Trout, and they didn't go to the playoffs with them.
That's rough.
They have notoriously what's known as one of the worst owners.
I mean,
in
Jimmie, think
sports.
about that. They had two guys that are among the top 5 players in the sport at the same time, and they didn't even sniff the postseason. You don't look at that and say something must be
That's
going
a
on
front
with the
office issue.
franchise.
But they've gotten peace. Like, okay, their pitching staff has been horrible, obviously. And
Yes.
Shohei has talked about it too. And it's one of those things that, like,
I mean, Jimmie, there's a reason that meme became a thing where it's like the Angels just did
Maybe it's-
something for the first time since the 1800s and they lost.
Maybe in baseball, it's not about having pieces.
Yeah.
It's about
I think that honestly,
Consistency?
those two on the same team not having any playoff games works against you more.
They had
than it
Anthony
does for you.
Rendon, they had Albert Pujols. They tried to sign all these guys, and it didn't work out for them. I wonder why. It's not like there's a missing piece, and it's just like, oh wow, I must be Mike Trout being so good, and that's why they suck. No, it's because they have terrible ownership and terrible leadership, and they always have for like the last 20 plus years, going back to their 02 World Series team, like with Mike Sosha and the Thundersticks and the Dernerstead, you know,
Dude's
Tim
name and
Salmon.
dudes.
Craig, did they have a guy named Craig?
Craig.
Tim Salmon?
What's his name?
Yeah, Tim Salmon.
That's
You'd like
amazing.
Tim Salmon.
Did they have
I
a guy
love
named
Tim
Craig?
Salmon. What did Tim
Craig
Salmon
Counsell.
He was on that team? I don't think so.
Was he? Oh.
I
What
don't
did-
think so.
do? What did Tim Salmon do?
He played third base.
Ooh, third base
no,
Salmon.
No, he played outfield. I'm thinking Troy Glass.
Did
Troy
Craig-
Glass played
Did
third
Craig
base.
play for the Diamondbacks?
you think
That's who I was
You
thinking
think
of.
Craig Biggio?
No, I was thinking of Counsell. He played for the
Okay.
Diamondbacks when they won the World Series
On the
year before.
Byung Young Kims.
On the Young Kim. Classic World Series.
He
I
always
love
comes
every time we talk about
The
baseball.
01 World Series comes up. for Josh.
Jed writes, Barry Sanders won. It's my version of your 2014 Royals for some reason. Jed writes, Barry Sanders won 1 playoff game in his career and only 6 playoff games played. This conversation is literally the dumbest anyone
this
has
is what I
ever
was trying to
heard.
ask you before, Jimmy. Like, if
Six
he all of a
to Mike
sudden wins a
Trout.
playoff series or a playoff game, like, does he become different in your eyes? Does he become not a bust?
Just because he makes the second round of the playoffs.
It's a step up, right? I mean, it's one of those things that
It's not. It's the same thing.
He's never done it though.
A lot of people haven't. It's
No, Nick, that's not true. Like, not of this caliber of star.
Ted Williams.
Okay,
So, like,
so he's one of 3 guys in history.
Those guys are Hall of Famers, though.
Right.
so, but like, would you?
I have never said Mike Trout is not good at baseball, though.
Would
He
you-
doesn't take
would
the
you
argument
take him-
and turning it into rings and being good. He's obviously a very good player.
don't use the word bust.
But like, you're obviously valuing all this playoff success way more than we are. So, like, would you take a guy with rings who was just a little worse than Mike Trout over Trout, like, for your team?
If it means
Is this
rings,
what you're trying to say? No,
No,
I'm just saying a guy
in
who
terms
has
of you
rings.
ranking the players.
Yeah.
Not in terms of would you rather have their career.
Yeah. who's an example? Who could I give as an example?
Who is solid that's won a ring?
Solid, but not Mike Trout level good. Won a ring. Let's see.
Because like Manny Ramirez is too good for this conversation, right? He's too good of a player.
How about
I think that's a fair comp.
Chris
though.
Bryant?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Chris Bryant's nowhere near better than Mike Trout,
But he has a ring.
But he has
a ring. He's just he was on a
In
way
his-
better franchise.
in his prime. Nah, I think it's still probably take Trout. But it's
Okay, good.
Yes, you would
Yeah.
take Mike Trout.
Yeah.
Yes, you would.
By the way, I looked up who are the best players who have never played in the postseason, and some names that have come up. Felix Hernandez. He was awesome. Mariners pitcher. Kyle
He
Seager.
never got to the playoffs. I guess I didn't realize that.
The
They were
Mariners,
bad.
Mariners didn't make the playoffs
Yeah.
until a couple years ago, and that was the first time in
20
years, I think,
Since
since
01,
01.
yeah.
Dorktown is a really cool series on the Mariners.
Yeah, I need to watch the rest of that.
It's
great.
called Dorktown.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, Mauer? What about Mauer?
Joel Mauer, yeah.
Catcher?
Went to the playoffs a lot. Never beat the Yankees.
No, the Twins always lost to the Yankees.
Never won a game. in the
Josh
playoffs.
writes Dick Butkus, Gale Sayers.
It's
busts.
hey, so Jimmie, actually, Joe Mauer is pretty good because they
That's-
never
I was just thinking.
they never won a single game. They went to the playoffs a lot. They never
That's
won
right,
a
because there
single
was that
game.
whole stat going into last year, right?
I mean, Joe Mauer is quite obviously much worse at baseball than Mike Trout is. Mike
Mhm.
Trout will be a much better player. Joe Mauer is in the Hall of Fame. He never won a single playoff game.
But he got to what, 4, 5? And like when we talked about consistent,
At least,
and
least they won the division a lot.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think they went to 4 in a row. If I'm not
Asian
mistaken.
Joe says, would Jimmie take Chipper Jones over Mike Trout?
Man, I do.
Good
love,
one.
Man, I do love Chipper Jones.
baseball names.
Please answer this question, Jimmie.
The 90s nostalgia in me wants to say yes again, but this doesn't. We're talking about his career, not if he's a good baseball player. It's not like the argument.
You're the
isn't-
one who said bust, though. We've got him. We've got him trapped.
Just find a different
Just
word.
turn the ball over
Okay,
and we can move on.
I'm wrong. There you go.
I can't believe it took that long.
It did, Jimmie. That's solid
Hello.
arguing for like 20 minutes here, though.
Yeah, it's like surviving in jail.
just for the sake of
He was
moving
like
on.
this. He was like this in the corner.
He
There was,
doesn't. He still doesn't want to give
Like,
up.
oh, no,
though.
he definitely does.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of moving on. I guess
Tom
we'll
says
move on.
Ted Williams is quite literally a bust now. I mean, for a guy with ice in his veins, you think he'd be more clutch down the stretch.
Yeah,
Nice.
that dude
Yeah,
sucks.
tough look for Teddy Williams.
His head's gone.
Wow. Asian Joe, Jimmie's wrong. Happy New Year. Yeah, Nick, we need to save this
No,
one just for
this
that.
is not going. This is
Just
not
for
going.
that
This
one.
one's going on our YouTube later.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
This is going to be a clip.
Oh, yeah, and Nick, give it a nice title. Is Mike Trout a bust?
Yeah.
You read my mind.
Oh no!
Or maybe I'll just put
Can
Mike
you-
Trout is a bust.
Can you not put my
Oh!
name on here?
Yeah.
I don't-
At
I don't
Connor
wanna be-
Happer.
Yeah.
Well, no, because then people will watch it
I don't want to be
and
involved.
then they'll
in
know
this
that you
stuff.
were defending Mike Trout.
No, they won't. They'll just look at the headline and see that I was in it and say
Ban
that
16
guy doesn't
footers
know
up for
ball.
life.
Yeah, there you go. What you could name it, Nick, is does Connor Happer think Mike Trout is a bust?
And then the answer is no.
Yeah,
The answer is no.
clickbait.
Dave Fight just said, live look at Josh and Connor. And it's, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Wow, that was a fun crossover.
He still doesn't want to give up. Though.
Oh, he definitely doesn't.
He's still scratching and clawing.
I'll be here next week.
Yeah.
I'm bringing our.
I can't wait to talk about, you know what? Let's just save it for the Tuesday crossover. That Caleb Williams won't get drafted by the Bears.
Oh yeah, what's the conspiracy brain on that? Give
Yeah,
us.
I think they're trying to drive the market up on the overall trade.
So you think
and
they're
get the
going to
most-
trade away? They're not that they're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
draft someone
Yeah,
else.
that's what I'm saying. Is I think it's
So you
Trade
still
the
think
pick.
Goes
Yeah,
number
it's
one though.
yeah. I said
Oh.
I don't think they're going to trade Justin Fields. Is what I said.
They're
I-
going
I
to keep
just-
Fields.
I just don't think the Bears are taking the Caleb Williams.
You want to talk about a tire fire of an organization? If
Yeah.
they keep Fields, I mean, they already kept Eberflus with a.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
think it's
That right there is the main
So
reason
dumb.
I don't think they're going to trade him, because I don't think you can bring in a quarterback with a head coach that you're probably 80% sure you're going to fire. And if anybody would do it, it would be the Bears.
I don't understand.
But
thought of bringing him back.
I don't understand. Are you talking about Eberflus?
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it's
that's
stupid.
that is literally the premise that I'm hanging my hat on. That I think they don't trade Justin
I guess
Fields.
that's not the worst premise. I think they're going to trade him, but not the worst. That's definitely not as bad of a premise as Mike Trout.
Being a bust.
Yeah.
So you agree?
That was a great crossover.
Yeah, it was good. Happy New
Amazing
Year.
crossover.
buddy.
It was.
Yeah.
It was. I'm happy to talk about baseball reference pages all day long.
I'm
It is
starting to get really excited to talk about baseball. I like baseball.
For the sake of everything.
Nick Grimm of sports.
Dude, he keeps talking about these spring training games.
It's the most important games of the whole year.
I just hope that Mike Trout never again makes the playoffs, because then
It'd actually be more fun for this argument.
Well, no, I don't care
The
about
YouTube
that.
video will age very well.
At the end of his career, we'll all say he made the playoffs once, and he was swept very quickly by the 2014 Kansas City Royals.
The narrative, there it is.
By the way, check out an interview that Happer did earlier this week with a guy who wrote a book. Are you gonna read that book?
I flipped through it. Yeah, I mean, it's not really like a book where you read it. It's kind of like a picture book.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't listen to the interview.
It's got little blurbs and stuff. I assume that you didn't listen to the interview. Yeah.
I did not. No,
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
We
I didn't
just-
realize it was a picture book.
It's
So
not
a
really a
photography book. Like
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, it's like a photography.
Oh,
It's,
okay.
it's
Like
the
an-
illustrated
so it's
history.
like, is it like a
It's an
coffee
end
table book?
I just had this.
Yeah.
Image, I just had this image of Happer reading a pop-up book.
It's kind of. I mean, you know,
Oh, okay.
it's really it's super shiny and glossy.
It's a waiting room book.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not one that you could find at the airport for $10 and that you read one chapter of on your plane. Maybe on our trip, I'll bring my book and I'll read it as we fly off
to Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Viva Las Vegas.
Before we say goodbye, Happer, Travis says, I can't wait to hear this crossover at the end of the year and get irrationally angry all over again and holiday drunk tweet at Jimmie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we need to do this? Do we need
At
do we
Jimmie
need-
Allen 1620.
Do we need to make this Happy New Year?
Oh, it's in.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think people need to be
I was
reminded.
watching Nick do it.
Because the build up to him saying, fine, I was wrong is just classic. It's great radio.
It's in. This YouTube clip is gonna be in.
And we did.
I wish the pause was longer. I wish you kind of
yeah.
And we just did dudes naming dudes for like 15 minutes.
I love talking about old baseball. Current baseball, I'm out. But you give me like
01.
01, baby. I got lots of takes.
He knows about Scott Brocious.
Hell
That's
yeah,
incredible.
I do, man. Hell yeah, I do. All right. Bye, Happer.
Goodbye.
That's a
See you, Car.
crossover powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. The program is up next with Jimmie Allen here on 1620 The Zone.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 the email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Snow tapering off for your afternoon, but staying mostly cloudy through much of the day. Chilly and breezy with a high of 40 degrees this afternoon and northerly winds up to 25 miles an hour. Skies clearing tonight. Breezy early and chilly. A low of 23, but feeling like 18. Sunshine and seasonal temperatures return for your Saturday with a high tomorrow of 51. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Omaha fans, are you ready to score tickets to your favorite events hassle-free? Yes. Shop local tickets for less, located right here in Omaha, 145th and West Center Road. No hidden fees, just transparent pricing. And when you use the promo code THEZONE at checkout, you'll save big at ticketsforless.com. Whether it's sports, concerts, or something else, Tickets for Less has you covered. If you have a question, call today, 402-398-1999. You'll never find better customer service because every seat holds a story. Find yours and use the promo code THEZONE at checkout at ticketsforless.com. You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let Mentality lead the way.
Dino here with Leach Camper Sales. You'll be pleasantly surprised to see how affordable an RV can be. We have travel trailers with payments as low as $150 a month for qualified buyers, and they're ready to drive off the lot. Check out our inventory at leachcamper.com and bring us your trades.
And don't forget, coffee's always on. I'm Mary Neubauer with the Iowa Lottery. March is National Problem Gambling Awareness Month, when we highlight and remind Iowans that help is always available 24/7 here in our state.
And I'm Katie B. with the Iowa Department of Health and Human Services. Visit yourlifeiowa.org to learn more about problem gambling. Start the conversation today by text, live chat, or by calling 1-800-BETS-OFF.
It's free and confidential.
And it's something you can do anytime.
Got the happy hour blues? Get to Cops for happy hour relief with 2 happy hours from 3 to 6 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. till close Sunday through Friday. Cops serves 24-ounce domestic drafts for just $3 and 24-ounce craft drafts for only $4, plus $2 off appetizers. The restaurant that offers great pizza, burgers, and tasty charred wings now offers 2 great happy hours. Visit Cops today at 180th and Center, the Shadow Lake Town Center, and 72nd and Jones, or click copspizza.com. Cops, pizza, and so much more.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's RAMP.com/sports.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Kraton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Folks, it is a one beer Friday, and we got Jimmie Allen in the house.
After not drinking for 4 years, I think I might need one of those beers after that crossover.
Oh, let's go. We'll do that in a little bit.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Kraton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in, everybody, on this Friday. Josh Peterson, Jimmie Allen, Nick Grimm with you. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, 1620 The Zone TV, 1620 The Zone app. We're streaming the whole show on Twitter now.
Yeah.
It's attached to my account now.
Oh, we're not on John's account today?
Just not, yep.
You should have, just for fun.
I guess I could have. Yeah, I do
nothing
have
could have stopped you.
Yeah, so.
When did he leave?
Good question. Probably about now would be my
I didn't know
guess.
if he left yesterday or not.
No, it's usually like a early afternoon sitch for the team.
I figured
late morning, early after. I guess with the game tomorrow. Maybe
That's
they
why I
left
didn't
a
know
little bit
if they
earlier.
left at like 9 o'clock. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Also, going back to our streaming, if you're
Yeah.
like in a meeting or something right now and you don't want them to know that you're listening to us,
Yeah. Tell me more.
Click on the audio stream.
Oh, perfect. That's great. Yeah, you can just click on the listen live button like it's 2008,
and it's right there.
And it's right there.
Right
and
there.
And then, like you said, Nick, you won't get in trouble with the bosses. You don't want to get in trouble with
Look
the
at us,
bosses.
saving jobs.
Your
every day.
boss, as far as you know, your boss is doing that right now too.
Oh, hell
hello,
yeah.
person's boss.
Hey, yeah, if you're a boss, tweet at us. Let us know, or
Don't
email
fire
us
Steve.
rather. Yeah, don't fire. Steve has been working hard.
He's doing his best. He's had
He's got a
problems at
family to
home.
feed.
Yeah, he certainly does. Let's get to the Grum Down, brought to you
Grum
by
Down.
the Aruveries at John Higgins Weather Guard. Like manna from heaven, a Friday topic that we can dive into, and we will do so in our next segment. Mac is back folks. Another Grumball, correct? Not to
Oh.
brag, but another Grumball is correct.
Congrats.
Nick, thank you. I appreciate
I
that.
love your grumballs.
Thank you. If John was here, he'd say something pithy. But John's not here. He's gone.
He is known to do that.
Yeah, indeed. John Walker will join us of the Omaha World Herald. He'll be on in about 45 minutes. We can opine about stuff with him in a little bit and preview the game tomorrow, the regular season finale versus Villanova. Are you on the pregame show tomorrow or just the postgame show? Postgame show tomorrow. Coverage begins in the morning here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. We'll preview the game.
We'll ask if Kyle Neptune is a bust.
We will ask if Kyle Neptune is a bust indeed. A question that I've been ruminating on for the last couple of days. John and I just haven't had a chance to talk about it, and that's regarding Caitlin Clark. And so,
my goat and your goat?
And your goat. We'll talk about her coming up towards the end of this hour. I know that you've had some thoughts about Chip Kelly and Ohio State. You know, John and I haven't really talked a whole lot about it.
Is it surprising how quiet of a story that has been?
And he had some quotes earlier this week, and so we can unpack some of those, and we will do that later on in the show. Speaking of quotes, a former Dallas Cowboy has had a few things to say. Player that I was happy to see go, but I don't like what he's having to say about my team right now. So we'll talk about that in a little bit.
You were happy to see him leave? Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was out on Dalton Schultz. I can explain to you a little bit later
Sure.
why. Kent
I look
Walgamont,
forward to it.
El Kent's Movie Club in a little over an hour. Everything Everywhere All at Once. Jimmie, did you watch?
I thought I was going to hate it.
Yeah,
Kind of loved it.
All
Save the
right.
takes.
All
I'm
right.
gonna assume this was a Nick Grimm pick.
Yeah, it was indeed.
I saw the description of this movie and I was like, this has Nick Grimm written all over it.
Shout out to Jimmie for doing what Jack Mitchell never does.
Jack did half of it.
He did do half of it. I've asked him multiple times if he has ever finished that movie. His answer is always no. And I said, did you see the part where she gets naked? And he says no.
Wow.
And then he rewatches it 2 days later. And
he
he's like,
doesn't.
"Hey, Josh."
He's still like, I don't want to watch it.
So I walked in noticeably late today.
Yeah.
On
Is it 'cause
time.
you
but
watched it earlier today?
I may have finished it about 1 p.m.
Hey, not a big deal.
Whatever
You're here
works.
on time. That's all that matters. You're here for the start of the show. Speaking of Jimmie takes. Now I guess we just unpacked one of the
Some
big
call
ones.
them quad 4 takes.
Yeah, but we can maybe talk a little. They are quad 4 takes. Maybe we could talk a
Well
little
played.
about the video game for one final time together as that continues to march towards a
Still some
nice-
weird things happening.
Oh, perfect. Save it for the Jimmie take segment a little
have
later.
you heard
on.
the news about
Jimmie
the
takes.
awards?
No, I actually have no idea what you're
Okay.
talking
All
about.
right,
So
well,
save
great.
that for later. As we mentioned, it is a One Beer Friday today, brought to you by, as always, the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild, as well as Lucky Bucket. Nick, tell the folks about the prize pack that we have from Lucky Bucket.
A gift certificate.
Hell yes.
So share what you're drinking with the hashtag One Beer Friday to enter for a chance to win that.
That's so nice, man. I love winning prizes.
Me too.
Winning prizes are tight. We've had a few people let us
Does
know.
Lucky Bucket still
what
do
they're
the
drinking.
tours? Like through the factory? I didn't know if COVID shut that down.
No,
It's been a while since I've been out
Yeah, so the last time we were there, they were finishing up construction, but I believe the plan was to resume those
Okay.
once construction
Gotcha.
was all finished. We did have a tweet come in early today from David, who was over
Dave.
in Belgium with his
Hell yeah.
beer.
Oh, they have waffles there.
They do have waffles. Nick, great call. I think I want to ask for waffles this weekend. So we'll see if we have some waffles this weekend. It's
Ooh,
our anniversary this
protein
weekend.
waffles?
No, probably just regular.
Okay,
regular.
they got them protein waffles.
I just want carbs. And finally, happy hour, the usual stuff, predictions, content, and more. But also this hoop season, how it will be remembered for the local teams and their fan bases, and obviously what the month of March could mean. We will unpack that and more as we roll on throughout the show. 402-951-1620 is the phone number. You can hit us up there, whether it's giving us a call or shooting us a text. The Zone Hotline, powered by 42 Degrees of Source, by your mom's house. You can also email us into the Equitable Bank inbox. Josh at 1620thezone.com or Nick at 1620thezone.com, or find us on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. The variety of ways at USC 1620 is certainly one of them. That's where you should send the One Beer Friday picks. Andrew writes in, just got a chance to start listening, that I miss Jimmie calling the Mac new contract a bust yet.
Shut up.
We'll get into that when we
Next
return
half
as
hour,
well. Yeah, and you can also go comment on our YouTube page, like this one from Jimmie, not Jimmie Allen, Jimmie with a Y, writes, Everything Everywhere All at Once is an incredible film. The sheer production and editing is top-notch. Travis says, such a great movie. Oh, this is a reminder, by the way.
Joe lets us know that Ray Finkel was a bust.
Laces out, Dan. Go to at USC 1620 because you get to pick next week's movie.
Dude, it's the most important voice of all.
Yours. We have 4 picks now, and we're going to have to do a better job about making sure that when people recommend them moving forward, we want them on a streaming service where it's not for rent, where it
Yes.
is like on Netflix.
Streaming, not rent.
Streaming, not rent. So if it's on Amazon, we want it not renting. So we had 4 recommendations that were available to stream but not rent. Those 4 are Clue, Hell or High Water, The Banshees of Inisherin, or Inisherin?
Ichiran.
Ed Sheeran.
And then Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom.
My God.
I haven't voted in this. Jimmie, why don't you tell me which one you would vote for? I don't want to put my thumb on the scale.
Should we be not allowed to vote on these?
I just need to see I want to watch the results live.
Full disclosure, I just voted right before you asked me.
Okay, perfect. What's leading right now?
It is Clue.
Okay, good. That's fine with me.
Which is what I voted for.
I've heard it's a bad movie.
It's
like
great.
Notorious. Is it?
No, yeah, I love Clue.
Thank you, Jimmie.
It's
Okay,
fantastic.
I've heard Clue is really good.
I was actually
too.
surprised you guys hadn't done it yet. That was what my question was going to be.
Yeah.
You haven't done any of these 4, correct?
Correct. We haven't done it.
Okay.
Yeah, because we had some other recommendations. Air was one that was recommended. We've done that.
Michael Jordan.
Dune, Dune, yeah, Princess Diaries, like all sorts of stuff. We're going to put together a list on our website so you know what we have done before. We're going to try to start. I mean, it's going to be a lot of work, but eventually we would love to have a landing page on the website where you could go back and watch or as many of our reviews as we can find.
Oh,
Because
that's a good
we
idea.
did some of them in the COVID days, and those are available on like Stibbs TV.
Yeah.
So
We'll find them.
We're going to try to do that. But yeah, so we're going to put together a list. So then you know what we have done, because we ended up having a lot of recommendations, and it's like, sorry, we've done that. Sorry, we've done that.
I think this was like 6 months ago we talked about this one's film. You guys still haven't done Kingpin, right?
No, we did.
Did you? Okay.
Oh, that's right. You weren't there for that one. Robbie was here for that one. Thank you, Nick. He hated that movie. I loved it. You liked it?
I didn't care for it.
Oh, that's right. Nick's not a kid of the 90s. I thought it was hilarious.
I thought it was great too.
So weird, so funny. I love Bill Murray's hair.
I'm about to text Robbie Kingpin takes here.
Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. Let's see. Jojo says Aquaman was a bust. Yes. Please, God, do not allow Aquaman to win.
Well, no, don't. You're going to Streisand it, Josh.
That's true. People might do it just to troll us. All right, that's the program again. It's a One Beer Friday. Let us know what you were drinking.
Go over to the After Hours page and vote on Aquaman.
There you go. You absolute
Don't
monster.
double dip.
Greg McDermott's back. Tom Chattel reported earlier today, and then the school announced it. I've been able to gather some things about the contract. We can talk about that when we return. Nebraska basketball. Women's hoops right now, by the way, is 26-24 over Michigan State with 8 minutes left in the first half, which is in the second quarter, by the way. God, it feels good to say that about the women's game. Quarters, not halves.
They need to move men's games to quarters. They
Couldn't
just
agree.
need to.
Jimmie, people say you always have bad takes. They're wrong.
Handshake
Sometimes-
meme. Josh Peterson, Jimmie Allen.
Sometimes Jimmie has good takes.
Q1 take.
We'll talk about Greg McDermott returning to Kraton when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
There is only one constant in the universe, and that's change.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
I'm sure many of you remember the incredibly low interest rates that were available only a few years ago. Well, things changed. Now rates are higher. But would you believe me if I told you there was a time when people were paying double-digit rates? And that's the thing. Everything changes. Rates go up, rates go down. So if you're waiting for the perfect time when rates drop before you buy a home, you might miss out on the home you really want. So when you think about it, what's a thing today might not be a thing tomorrow. See? Change is good. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists, and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
Have you noticed a thinning hairline? Was there a special moment you weren't ready for? Are those days where you just don't want to get out of bed becoming more common? Getting older is inevitable, but John Bishop here to tell you don't have to feel older because there's Hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. No office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments fit seamlessly into your everyday routine. The plan is simple to follow. And Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit, hims.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
Certified Transmission built its reputation on the job done right. It means hard work, honesty, and integrity.
And together, we ensure our customers leave satisfied and worry-free.
Certified Transmission, the job done right at the right price.
Where to watch college basketball just got easier. 72 Table and Tap is offering $2 Coors drafts with a purchase of a Coors Cup. Paired with one of the biggest TVs in Ralston is a slam dunk. 72 Table and Tap is just south of Ralston Arena, so stop in before the concert or come watch the tournament. Indulge in some smoked wings, a goldfish breaded pork tenderloin, tasty bar food, pizzas, and sandwiches. There's a reason customers keep coming back. 72 Table and Tap. Eat, drink, gather, and repeat.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Looking for a sweet treat that will transport you back into time? Look no further than Ted and Wally's. With 2 convenient locations in Benson and the Old Market, it's the perfect place to satisfy your cravings. Whether you're downtown or in Benson, make sure to stop in. And if you're catching a basketball game, why not indulge in a delicious dessert afterwards? With over 3,000 flavors to choose from, there's something for everyone. Don't forget to check out our social media for daily flavors. Ted and Wally's, serving up nostalgia at its finest for over 35 years. Visit tedandwallys.com for more information.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Man, I love this station.
On 1620, The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Jimmie on with you on this One Beer Friday. We will talk some Kraton hoops with John Walker in a little bit, some Caitlin Clark as well, amongst ourselves. But before we get to that, the news came down earlier today officially that Greg McDermott was signing on a contract extension that will now extend him beyond even the 25-26 season. As Chattel wrote about it in his column today for Omaha.com. Now it's a 5-year deal and it can roll over, kind of like what a lot of the big time contracts have throughout college athletics. So essentially you never have to worry if a guy is under contract or not. You can always just extend that and getting paid quite the boost in terms of what his salary was. It was a lot lower than you would expect for someone who has had the amount of success that he has. Chattel mentioned top 25 money. I've heard something similar. I've heard
top 15, right?
Top 20-ish
Okay.
for sure. A very sizable raise in terms of what he is looking at overall. And so pretty much a no-brainer. And it's funny, man, because I've read a lot of the discourse. I'm sure you have too, and you've seen what some people have said. But with this, it did seem like there was some fans, and Chattel mentions the boosters. There was very real concern with some really powerful people at Kraton that he was not going to be back next year. But then there are some that are like, everything's fine, nothing's going on right now. It was certainly much closer to the former than the latter, and so that they got this done. I was told a couple of weeks ago that it was trending in the direction of getting it done. I feel like it's a no.
Tweeted that out.
That they had started the conversations, and I know some of the national folks. I think Jeff Goodman was like, pump the brakes a little bit. Everything that I was hearing throughout that time was that they were well on their way to getting it done, and sure enough, the news comes down officially earlier today.
And I mean, let's point out the elephant in the room. I wonder how much of a different conversation this is if the same athletic director that hired Mac is still there and nothing from that standpoint has changed. And I think that was a lot of the reason that there was so much concern about it was the unknown, right? We've never seen Mac and Marcus Blossom go through this procedure together, and it's not the guy that hired him. That does make a big difference.
Yeah, their relationship, I don't know how to describe it. Icy, it's not what it was with McDermott,
and how
Bruce
could it,
Rasmussen.
and how could it be? It's not the guy that hired him. It's not the guy he's worked for 10 plus years. They didn't know each other prior to Marcus getting hired. So I mean, I don't necessarily know if the word I would use is icy, but just a matter of not necessarily as in unison as the guy that hired him beforehand, and it would be literally almost impossible for that to be the case.
Well, so I'll push back a little bit with you, and part of that is I think that there was tension within the athletic department, and I guess even the university at large, the powers that be, after the plantation comments, which are what now 3 years ago, right? That was 2021. That was the year that they made the Sweet 16.
I couldn't remember if it was 19 or 21.
Yeah, so that happened in 2021 when they go to their first Sweet 16, and that played that was a pretty big deal. And I even think the further that we have gotten from that, I think that it is still kind of stuck with some people over there. And so I would use icy.
Well, I wouldn't even say that as much as the fact that it is still being used on the recruiting trail. Like that's something that gets brought up quite often by kids who are getting recruited. And it's one of those things that it may have been looked at as, well, would this be a good time for Mac to kind of get away from that and maybe go somewhere else and kind of get a fresh start and hopefully leave that behind in his past.
Yeah. By the way, real quick, an email that I just received from Aaron Papillion. He says, do we know how much the 20th highest or about the 20th highest paid coach makes a year? $5 million, $7 million. So I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I don't know if you do, Jimmy. Looks like the most recent story that I can find from USA Today.
I thought it said 4.2, right?
Okay, so that's what I heard. I heard it was north of $4 million. Now, this is the USA Today salary list from last March. John Calipari was the highest paid coach on here at 8.5. Now,
LOL.
This does not include private schools. So like
which Kraton is.
Yeah, John Shire, for example, is not going to show up here, or Krzyzewski before him, who would have been very high up here. Obviously, McDermott is not going to show up. So this is not a complete list because Brad Underwood making 4.6 at Illinois was the 8th highest paid coach. After that was Bob Huggins, who is obviously no longer with West Virginia at 4.15, was at 9th. I am told that Mac is above $4 million. So when you work in the private schools as well, certainly in that, as you said, that top 15 to 20 range.
And just as kind of a comparison, like you said, Calipari at 8.5 is the most, but Tom Izzo's the second, and that's 6.2.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's one of those things that may seem a far way off from 8.5, but Calipari's in his own realm. I think it's more fair to compare the Izzo 6.2 to where Mac is on like kind of a measuring stick.
And one
sliding scale.
As I talked about this with a lot of people and certainly some plugged in folks, like the thing that I had always heard was it's not really about, and everyone always says that, right? It's not about the money.
It's never about
it wasn't about the money. It was more
always about the money.
It was never like, as you just said, he's not anywhere near Calipari money. Like we're not talking about this guy being near $9 million. It's just about feeling appreciated. And honestly, I guess, so now I will opine. The fact that this guy has taken them to the Sweet 16 to an Elite 8 run. And look, I think that those comments were stupid. Like I said as much in the moment.
Mac has said that too, and I think that's important.
I'm not going to sit here in 2024 and be like, I think those are great comments. Obviously they weren't. I would also add though, they suspended him. They made a decision to move forward. And after that, I say, okay, then we can't continue to bring it up as like, but he said that. No, they moved past it.
Well, I think more importantly, they can't bring it up.
Exactly. Right? Bingo. And so it's like the guy took him to the Sweet 16 that year. They took him to the Elite 8 last year. Like, what more does this guy need to prove? So the fact that it was even like a discussion point. I mean, I thought Chattel, I don't know if you've had a chance to read his call. Okay. He lays out a lot of the stuff that I was hearing behind the scenes where they were worried, boosters were worried at Kraton that if this guy leaves, the whole thing falls apart.
Right.
And so the fact that
that seems a little far-fetched though. Right?
I don't know, because we've never seen this guy make a hire of this degree in terms of Marcus Blossom.
And I think there's that thought process like, we got to go get Alan Huss, right? Because he just left and there's that level of success. But I mean, when you look at the attendance and the NIL money that is backing Kraton, and a lot of that is because of Mac. But if you went out and got a Mac adjacent guy, a Darren DeVries, which I don't know if that would be.
See, but I don't think they would.
I don't think they would either. But if you were able to do that, I think there would be a little less a calming of the storm to some degree.
I think a lot of the concern, at least I'll speak for what I have heard from some of my people. I think the concern was they don't think that would happen, and thus they think that it would just kind of go a little.
It would change everything.
Yeah. But I think that some of that was just. It would be, a hire that the AD is making that he has not had to make one this high. And like, let's be honest too, like Dana Altman was great, and what he did for the program is incredible. This coach now has taken them to an entirely different level. And so, like, it's a good program, but let's also not kid ourselves. They don't have football money backing them. Like,
Correct.
you know, they're not in a power conference. And I would make the argument that they have overachieved given the resources that they have here.
I don't think that's debatable.
So, okay, so if we agree with all of that, I mean, it's okay to think like they're going to take a pretty massive step back when the best coaching program history leaves. You know, like that's going to happen regardless, whether it's tomorrow or in 10 years.
But yeah, and I think it's probably closer to 5. And I wonder how much of the discussion, I don't know if we'll ever know this, of a successor was discussed in this, because a lot of times we see coaches at this point start talking about, well, when I leave, I want to leave it to blank. And I think it'd be really interesting to see who that person would be from that.
And if it's still Blossom, if he would be like, sign me up for that, or if he would say no, because I want to hire my guy.
And that's an interesting argument too. And I think because when you look at the dynamic of this staff this season, right? When Alan Huss leaves, you have Ryan Miller take over the offense and switch from coaching the defensive side of things to coaching the offense. And then you have a guy like Jalen Courtney Williams step into that defensive role, who's also kind of like at the top of the totem pole as far as their recruiting goes.
Yeah.
I've said this on the Kraton Athletics Hour. I've said this on the Roll Jays podcast, man. If I'm an athletic director and I see what Jalen Courtney Williams, the relationship he has with his players, that's a guy that I'm starting to look at it and going, we got to find a way to get him a head coaching job and maybe even look at him as the guy of the future.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah, that's a pretty big.
I have that high of a regard for Jalen Courtney Williams. I think he's that level of a dude. Just the way he handles himself, his ability to develop players, his ability to go out and recruit, and obviously his basketball knowledge. I think it's not a matter of if, it's when. He's a head coach somewhere.
We'll talk about this a little bit more in about 25 minutes with John Walker of the Omaha World Herald. When we return, wanted to offer up some questions and theories about the Caitlin Clark of it all with her in a way that I don't think we've talked about yet on the show. So I want to do that when we return. John Walker will join us. Also, Kent Wolgamont about an hour from now, and a whole lot more on this One Beer Friday. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, offers exterior solutions that help you protect your number one investment. Whether it's roofing and siding or windows and doors, they're committed to excellence, quality, and outstanding customer service in every step of the process. When it's time to protect the exterior of your home, your choice is simple. Turn to who the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Check them out online and schedule a free estimate today. J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers.
I'm Taylor Bishotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Bears and cornerback Jalen Johnson agreeing to a 4-year, $76 million contract extension, making him one of the highest paid corners in the NFL. The Bears placed their franchise tag on Johnson earlier this week. Days after releasing quarterback Russell Wilson, the Broncos are releasing safety Justin Simmons after 8 seasons. The move allows Denver to save $14.5 million in cap space and adds Simmons to the growing list of free agent safeties. Meantime, safety Tyrann Mathieu is staying in New Orleans, agreeing to a 2-year, $13.75 million contract with $10 million guaranteed, according to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. The Dolphins and free agent tight end Jonnu Smith agreeing to a 2-year, $10 million contract, also according to Rappaport. Smith had career highs in catches and receiving yards with the Falcons in 2023. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Jimmie on with you on this One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking, and you could win a gift certificate to Lucky Bucket. Nick will be picking the winner of that later on. Just use the hashtag One Beer Friday, as always, powered by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
Slide into those DMs.
Speaking of winning, I'm really excited to get your guys' feedback about when you go to Circa.
Yeah?
It's so cool. Like it is probably the coolest sports bar I've ever been to.
Jimmie, what a great reminder
Oh.
that the folks can go to 1620thezone.com right now. I mean, first of all, there's a variety of things to do at 1620 The Zone.
It's like a playground.
It really is.
An
It's-
adult playground.
but not that.
Not that kind of adult playground.
Not that kind of adult playground, indeed. But yeah, if you go there right now, you can register to win an incredible prize pack, because one lucky 1620 The Zone listener will snag a VIP flyaway trip to Circa Resort and Casino to watch the action in the college basketball playoff on a 40-foot screen from 6 pools. Chances don't end there. You could also win a watch party at Backlot Tap House in Exarban for you and your friends. Enter to win now at 1620thezone.com. I know that I will be at one of those Backlot Tap House watch parties.
Ooh.
So I'll be doing that, and I'll be going to Vegas. Very much looking forward to that. Jimmie, we will certainly give you our takes. We will opine and let you know what we think about the trip.
Because that's where I spent my honeymoon, was at Circa Sportsbook.
Nice.
My wife loves me, and I appreciate her.
Nice. Good times.
It was. I wonder if Vegas misses me as much as I miss it.
It might.
Jimmie told me there's a very good burger place there.
That's the pool, by the way.
I know.
That's so awesome. When you go, if you're facing the sportsbook on the second floor, there is a burger place. It is very expensive.
Inside of Circa?
Inside of Circa. I can't remember what it's called. It's very expensive for burgers. It is worth every single penny.
All right.
I
So
highly recommend it.
We'll be doing that. So
You
we'll,
can't miss it. I know you told me to remind you, Nick. It's literally the only restaurant that you can see.
Okay.
So yeah, I meant to tell you that.
Perfect. So we'll be doing that at the end of this month. It is going to be a busy month, obviously, with the teams locally, and we have a lot more details to come, by the way, on some of the coverage that we will be bringing you for each and every conference tournament game, let alone NCAA tournament games for both Nebraska and Kraton. Stay tuned for that. But
And the Nebraska women are up 5 at halftime right now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Speaking of women's basketball, so we have talked a lot this year about Caitlin Clark, and one of the things, Jimmie, that I was thinking about earlier this week is that I cannot remember a player that, and I almost want to lay it out from this perspective, that for reasons that don't involve politics,
sure,
has become as divisive maybe as she has become in a sport that heretofore is popular, but certainly like she is not Josh Allen, right? Like Josh Allen, people have many takes on Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or Dak Prescott. And it's like, that makes sense. It's the NFL and those guys are quarterbacks.
And they make a ton of money.
So women's basketball has certainly grown an audience. And we saw that, really show itself in last year's Final Four. And if Iowa makes a deep run, we're going to see it in this year's NCAA tournament. But I've been, following women's college basketball, some years more than others since I was a kid. And there have been stars that have come through. You and I are very similar ages.
Yeah.
You know, the Sue Birds, the Diana Taurasi's of the world. Certainly a Brittany Griner.
Yeah,
you know,
that's who I was going to
that's, and she, I think, is always maybe a nice like jumping off point for this discussion. But why? So the way I want to ask this to you is, why does seemingly everyone have a real strong opinion about her to the point where she announces that she is going pro, and that sets off a debate that really I can't remember seeing.
Did you have a problem with it?
No, of course not. Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's the thing where I'm trying to think of a player recently who, like, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to the NFL. No one is like, oh my gosh, he's giving up all of that NIL money. What is he doing?
Well, it's different though, right? Because the NFL pay structure is a little bit different than the WNBA, and Marvin Harrison.
But salary. But if you look at it from
a
pure salary perspective, her salary in the WNBA will be higher than her salary was at Iowa.
Correct. And there just seems to be this weird disconnect with people where they're like, well, she's not going to get all that high V money. Yeah, because it's a very famously known thing that pro athletes don't get don't get endorsement deals across the board.
Yeah. Meanwhile, she's going to have Nike advertisements and billboards all over the place.
And making a higher salary.
And so I use that as, I mean, those are great examples where, you know, the news came down. There was one listener who reached out the last time that we brought her up a few days ago in text messages and sent like 3 or 4 in a row. And I'm not trying to say anything negative about this listener. It was just like, that's when it
that's
hit
what
me.
she triggers though. That she triggers that type of reaction.
Why has this happened? Because again, I remember, and I don't mean to continue this wind up before you answer, but
fine.
Like Colin Kaepernick, I got why people opined about Colin Kaepernick.
Sure.
It made sense. It made sense to me then. It makes sense to me now. If anything, it would make more sense to me now, just given the way that our country has gone. She is not that. I mean, I'm sure she has political opinions. I don't know what
she keeps them to herself. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I don't know what they are. You know, so she is doing stuff on the floor. She is not the first, nor is she the last player that flops or does antics on the basketball court that people either enjoy, me, or hate others. You know, it's like she doesn't. So what is it about her, though?
That's why I think I'm the wrong person to ask this to, because the only thing I don't like about her is the jersey that she wears. I'm obviously not an Iowa
she's
fan.
an Iowa person.
Yeah. So that's my only problem. But like, I think she plays the game the right way. She plays it with passion, and I think maybe like there seems to be that stigma out there that women should just smile, right? And she does have a personality, and she is very vocal about.
How much do you think that's it?
I think that's a lot to do with it. I really do, because like. Even like, and the reason I say that isn't even anything that Caitlin Clark has done. It's more the response to like what Angel Reese did, right? When like, because they were like, oh, how, you know, and
how dare she?
And it's like that's something that we see every 5 minutes in an NBA game.
Correct.
And it's just one of those things.
We never say men should act different than
and I think that's 100% it, because when you look at how she has represented the sport, maybe it's the "you can't see me" thing that people don't like, but why don't you like that? Like, what is it like? That's very G-rated compared to some of the things you can go see at your local YMCA 5 minutes from now.
So essentially, and I think that you are absolutely onto something here, is that, and it's funny because it always comes a little coded in the way that they say it, because I have not heard anyone come right out and say, that's not how like a lady should act.
But that's 100% it, right?
But it definitely has some of that like dog whistle type language when they're describing her on the floor.
And we have to talk about why the WNBA or the women's college basketball game can't get to the viewership rating or the attraction that the men's game gets,
or even college basketball.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot to do with it, is that you don't have the characters that you want to root for or root against, and you don't have these big time personalities. I think it's great for the game. I think the women's college basketball game could use bigger personalities like this, and the trash talking. I think it'd go a long way for their viewership, because that's why we like sports, right? We like to root against Iowa.
100%.
We remember when this or that team broke our heart, and the players that represented that brand that we didn't like. And I think these coaches, I think, as much as Kim Mulkey kind of annoys me to some point, I think she's
good for the game.
She's great for the game, and it's just not my cup of tea. But it's the same thing with Shaka Smart. Like I really didn't give 2 cares that much about Marquette before Shaka Smart got there, and I just cannot stand watching that man on a basketball court. So it's one of those things that I like. But because it's not Michael, like if he was the coach of Kraton, I would probably love him though, because
100%,
because he's so great. And it is a good personality, but it's a reason for the opposing team to hate him.
Yeah, some responses coming in. Adam says essentially what you just said. Honestly, just don't like her because she plays for Iowa and she's really good. Travis says she's an incredible talent. I hope Iowa gets bounced early in the tournament because I hate Iowa. For the record, when I brought this up, I appreciate those responses. When I brought this up, I wasn't trying to look at it from the Nebraska perspective, because I have noticed this from a national perspective too, and a lot of it does go back to her announcing that she was going to go to the WNBA, and just the amount of response that brought in. Like, first of all, when I don't really like when someone does something and like money is the first place that a lot of people turn, because it's like, that's not my money.
But what other reason is there to go pro?
Because that's the next step, right? And so, but it's just like, why do you all of a sudden care about how much she will or won't make in the WNBA? Like, why does that matter so much to you? Because, again, going back to the original premise of this question, I can't remember this ever happening with like any other player.
See, and not to dog on Travis on YouTube, but it's like, for whatever reason, there needs to be this. She's really great, but I don't like her. Like, it's okay to hate her. Like, and not to poke at Jack, but I remember when Jack Mitchell was talking about this with you, and it's like, well, I don't know if it's okay to say. It's like, it's sports. It should be perfectly fine. It should not matter. And the fact, like, the other thing that's important about this, it's good that people don't like her.
Mm-hmm.
It is okay for people not to like her, because, like, not because she's a woman, because they just don't like her game. If you don't like her game, hate Grayson Allen, hate people for the way they play the game.
Yeah,
that's fine. It makes sports more entertaining.
No, spot on, man. You're absolutely spot on, because there's like this hemming and hawing ultimately when a lot of these discussions begin of like, okay, I want to make sure that everybody knows what
that's
I'm
just
saying
the world
here.
we live in.
Yeah,
though,
and
right?
I said it to Jack, like, and I'll say this again, like, whenever I've discussed Caitlin Clark with him, first of all, I know Jack, so I know what he believes in and I know what he stands for. First of all, I also know that what sports this guy has been supporting throughout, the entire time that I have known him. And Jack is not someone who I have ever heard put down any sort of a women's sport. I mean, he loves volleyball. He loves watching women's basketball.
He tweets about the Nebraska women all the time.
About everything.
Yeah.
And so, like, I know where he is coming from, but I I have sensed that there is kind of this, like, this.
Because you'll have people on Twitter that come after you. Yeah. And it's nothing against Travis and nothing against Jack, but it's just one of those things that, like, if you feel something, like, it shouldn't matter how other people are going to react to how you feel if it's not, anything that is warranted of an actual response.
Correct. Yeah. If this is your actual opinion.
If you just don't like somebody and somebody's going to pigeonhole you into just summing you up as a sexist or whatever, that's their problem. That shouldn't be yours.
Yeah. Scott writes, she does flop a lot. Yeah, people.
Have you watched the NBA lately?
See, and that's what I always come back to. And like, look, if that's the reason you don't like her, like, that's totally fine with me, because there's a lot of NBA players over the years.
It's fine to not like her for that reason.
I didn't like Manu Ginobili because of
he was really bad.
Exactly, it's Vlade Divac. I didn't
so
like
was
how
Tony
those,
Parker too. And they just happened to be on the same team.
On the same team. Yeah, it's like I didn't like those guys, and it was fun to root against them. But I never had to explain myself with them, or it's like, well, just because Tony Parker is from France, I don't want that to be there. No, it's just like
Josh Peterson, anti-France.
Yeah, well, I know how Bishop would feel about him.
Bishop hates France.
Yeah, wave a white flag joke incoming. So yeah, it will, not to turn this into a conversation about like equality.
Let's talk politics, baby.
It would. How nice would it be if it's just like, I don't like her, and then it's like, cool, and then you can move on.
Because shouldn't that be where we want to get to anyway? Like, shouldn't that be the end goal? Like, you don't have to describe why you don't dislike somebody. It's just a matter of that's a person and they play sports and I don't like them.
Right. Travis says, couldn't stand the Spurs. Hashtag go Mavs.
Yeah, boy, Travis.
Yeah.
And I know there are people that kind of turn their nose up when this conversation comes up, but we're not talking about you, It's like, I hate her because she's on Iowa. It's like, no, we're not. You're not the person we're talking about.
We're not.
And my question for the record, this isn't
picking
even
apart her personality.
Yeah, this isn't even why do people hate her versus why do people like her. The question is, how has she become such a lightning rod?
So polarized.
I mean, she just became the all-time leading scorer in women's basketball history when and I know we maybe it's not the proverbial we, but a lot of people kind of crushed ESPN when they didn't put the volleyball tournament on major television. They had like just the gym with no commentators and things like that.
A couple years ago.
But I think that has kind of spurned this movement to get more women's athletics on television, and I think that's got a little bit to do with this. Like kind of what we were talking about with baseball a little bit ago. There is more of a viewership opportunity. It is being discussed more, and I think when you couple that with a superstar coming along at the right time, it's just kind of lightning in a bottle.
Jed says some of the weirdest outrage over Clark going pro is that she is a senior. She can only come back because of COVID. People typically go pro after their senior season. So why is this a surprise? Yeah. And that was why, going back to what you said at the beginning of this segment, like I didn't care that she went pro, and it was like, yeah, it makes sense to me. I thought the the debate or engagement around that discussion was super disingenuous, where it's like, she's going to make less. First of all, you're a moron if you think she's going to make less money in the WNBA.
Get a calculator out.
And it's like, come on, what are we talking about here? I found that very, very curious, because that is where I was, to the point of, why do you care about someone else's money? Why do you care that let's pretend she is taking a pay cut?
How does that affect you?
Bingo.
Yeah.
I've had friends and family members who have left jobs before that were higher paying to go to a different job that would fulfill them in different ways, even though they knew that they would make less money. So it would fulfill their bank account less, but it would maybe fulfill their heart more. And you know what? I never did. Wow, you're an idiot. No, if that's what your heart is. Now, this is different, obviously, because she is going to make more money, but also, if she's not, that's not your prerogative. You're not marrying her. You're not getting a cut of this.
That's why I hate this NIL is killing college athletics discussion, because as soon as the ball tips, as soon as the ball's kicked off, who thinks about that? Not one person. That discussion stops. In whether you're anti-NIL to the umpteenth power, it never gets discussed. It's 3rd and 2, and they need to get a first down here. Oh, we're down by 4, and we need a conversion on a 3-pointer here. It's those discussions that are happening, because it does not matter. Because when you look at the NFL, when you look at the NBA, when you look everywhere else, there's never a discussion about but they make millions of dollars when your team's winning a basketball game. Like, it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. So we'll certainly be following her. For the record, I know a lot of people are going to hate this. I'm rooting for Iowa to go very far, just because this is going to be it for her in the college game. I'd like to watch her more and see what she can do. I thought last year's run to the national championship game was super fun to follow along, and I hope that it happens.
What's the bigger story? Her winning a championship, or them maybe getting bounced in the 2nd or 3rd round?
I mean, if she won a title, it would be a capper to what has already, been the greatest career that a women's basketball player has ever had. So I would say that, but I understand, if they get bounced early, it's going to be, people are going to feel it.
Because it very rarely happens in the women's tournament.
But if they win a natty, and see, I know that we're up against it, and we're gonna have John Walker on next to talk about Kraton.
We'll get his Caitlin Clark.
But and I'm sure he has one, because everybody does. But like, looking at what she has done and everything that she has meant, the fact that it's happened in Iowa, I think, is a huge part of this story. If she was, I said this to Jack a few weeks ago, she was on UConn or South Carolina or LSU,
I think that's a big deal.
She'd be another cog in the machine that is those programs. She single-handedly has made Iowa this good. And when she leaves, we'll see where the Iowa settles into. And they're not, in my opinion, going to be, a 1 or a 2 seed moving forward.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Robert Griffin effect, right? Do we talk about Robert Griffin the way we did when he was in college, if he is at Notre Dame or at Florida State?
Yeah.
He was at Baylor, and it made it unique and a different story.
It made it very unique and certainly a large story.
I think Josh asked the question we're all wondering. If she doesn't win a title, is she a bust?
Oh, that's the question. That's the question. All right, when we return, we will welcome John Walker on to the show. We can talk about the news that his colleague Tom Chattel delivered earlier today about Greg McDermott that is now official. Also, difference between what it would be like to be a 2 versus a 3 in the Big East tournament and more. John Walker joins us next here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 The Email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Snow tapering off for your afternoon, but staying mostly cloudy through much of the day. Chilly and breezy with a high of 40 degrees this afternoon and northerly winds up to 25 miles an hour. Skies clearing tonight. Breezy early and chilly. A low of 23, but feeling like 18. Sunshine and seasonal temperatures return for your Saturday with a high tomorrow of 51. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's Champion's replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let Mentality lead the way.
Planning for spring at Lowe's means big savings on outdoor power equipment, and Lowe's knows nothing feels better than free. Buy one select Ego string trimmer, leaf blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56-volt battery free. That's up to a $299 value. Power through spring with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 4/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
It's mulch better at Lanahaw. Planning to wake up your tired yard for spring? Make your landscape the envy of the neighborhood with mulch from Lanahaw's Garden Center, where quality is always a priority. Convenient pickup or delivery available. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
It makes me uncomfortable. It's so weird.
The 1620, The Zone.
Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Jimmie Allen with you today. And we go to the 42 Degrees of Source hotline right now and welcome in from the Omaha World Herald and Omaha.com. It is John Walker. John, good afternoon, man. How are you?
Man, I'm good. Yeah, I was just telling Nick, busy day. But I'm assuming we're going to dive right into it. And I'm good. How are you guys?
Great. We're doing well. And yeah, let's indeed dive into it. Your colleague, Tom Chattel, was first to report that Greg McDermott and Kraton had agreed to terms. Kraton officially announced it not that long after that. I mean, we've been wondering about this for, I don't know, a solid month now. What were your reactions when the news became official?
Yeah, it kind of seemed like through, I think I had said it a couple of weeks ago when Tom originally tweeted that they were kind of nearing a contract extension, throughout everything. I know I'm new to the area, but I've kind of heard enough and read enough to know that through 2017, through last off season with the Notre Dame speculation, through all of the Ohio State rumors, Greg McDermott expressed a desire to stay in Omaha. And that never really changed at any point. Now he kind of gets to stay in the place where it seems like he wants to retire. And the Jays obviously get what they want too, because I don't think they could have let him go.
What do you think was the biggest reason for this deal getting done when it did?
So I actually talked to Marcus Blossom a little bit ago, and I kind of wondered the same thing. And so I just said, was it an emphasis to get this done before the postseason, to just kind of have it out of the way? And he was like, no, not in a rushing fashion or anything. It was going to get done whenever it got done. He said that it wasn't the plan to get it done before the postseason, but that he's glad that they did. Because you don't want to enter March with this team and this ceiling and these expectations with that added cloud over you.
John Walker, Omaha.com, Omaha World Herald, joining us right now here on 1620 The Zone. So, John, now, we turn our attention to tomorrow, to the Big East tournament next week. The 2 seed versus 3 seed in the conference tournament. I'm curious what you think that would be like the biggest difference for them in either of those spots, where if they get a dub tomorrow, they're going to be the 2, looking at a 3. Otherwise, like what would that mean for them on the floor, do you think, next weekend at MSG?
Yeah, it kind of seems like we're due or we're on a collision course to the rubber match between Marquette and Kraton. That's what it seems like we're destined for. Friday night in the Garden. Tyler Kolek back, maybe, hopefully. But I think why it matters is, one, for me, I would love to have the earlier tip time for deadline purposes.
You and me both, buddy.
I'm sure that Kraton would want to avoid the 3 seed so that there's really like no chance they run into St. John's at the Garden in that first round. Because I think with that 7 to 10, you're probably going to play like maybe Butler or Georgetown, right? Like I think it'll probably either be Butler or Xavier, maybe right in that 7 range. You can live with the winner of that. But if you have to play St. John's in the first round in the Garden, good luck.
We've kind of seen it all year. There's been a guy that kind of goes off in some games and another one that goes quiet during different portions of the season. For this run and to possibly win the first Big East Conference tournament championship in school history, who do you think is the most important piece when they get to New York?
Man, it has to be Ryan Kalkbrenner, right? And he's been about as consistent as could be. But I think back to when I joined the beat, even. It was one of the first couple of games he popped off, and excuse me, I think Trey said, we go as Ryan Kalkbrenner goes. And I think when you talk about just impactful players, yes, Baylor Shireman is going to get his, right? Like he's obviously cream of the crop. Same with Trey Alexander. They're going to get theirs. But in terms of what Kalk can do at the rim on both ends of the floor, I mean, we're talking about a 2-time Big East decoy, maybe a 3rd on Monday. In a guy who is averaging 17 points this year. I mean, that's kind of the impact that he can have. And so I think he really has to get going and stay going to kind of anchor the defense, because that's what will travel all the way to New York for sure.
Could I convince you that if Ryan Kalkbrenner has been consistent as he has been all year, that the most important piece is Stephen Ashworth?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just think when he's on defensively and able to help kind of create offense off of defense, this team just looks different.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that against UConn. He got going and everybody was like, oh my goodness. It just completely changes everything. Now, I think the benefit of him is, from where he was 2.5 months ago, 3 months ago even, he's a reliable assister and doesn't turn the ball over anymore. Struggled a little bit with that while he was still trying to figure out the offense, but I mean, for about a month and a half now, he's looked as comfortable as could be. And yeah, it's obviously shown. They're different. They're entirely different when he's heating up as well.
John Walker of the Omaha World Herald joining us right now on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. John, we've had a little bit of fun on the station with the Super Bowl comment from Kyle Neptune. Over last weekend. It's obviously going to be a desperate team tomorrow.
Sure.
Tomorrow, I wonder, how do you think Kraton could use that to their advantage?
Yeah, you are desperate if you're Villanova, and so I think back to the Nebraska game. Kraton, long time ago, that feels like forever ago.
Yes.
Kraton walked into Lincoln and silenced that crowd early. Nebraska was missing shots. Kraton couldn't miss. Baylor Shireman couldn't miss. And that instills every bit of doubt that you need to win in an environment like that against a team like that. And they've done that time at different points in the season. They really broke Butler in the second half of that game about 3 weeks ago now. And yeah, they just kind of busted it open. And I think if you can instill a little bit of that in Villanova early, they'll be like, dude, we needed this one, But then again, I guess you would have thought the same in the first meeting when I think Kraton was up 14 or something like that in the second half. And then here came Eric Dixon. So who knows? But I think if you can instill a little bit of that doubt early, it'll go a long way.
Maybe you already answered this enough with the St. John's comment earlier, but if it's not one of the big three in the Big East tournament, who do you think has the best chances of kind of an underdog to maybe win the conference title?
Yeah, I mean, Seton Hall has played their tail off against everyone. I know they're kind of different now than they were at the beginning of the year, and obviously UConn, Creighton, Marquette are as well. But they beat UConn. They beat Marquette. They played a triple overtime game against Kraton, right? They had the pieces with Kadari Richmond. But I think I would love to see, if it wasn't one of the big three, Providence.
Yeah. And if Bryce Hopkins was available, it's a different story, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I just think Devin Carter could get hot in a setting like that.
Yep.
He obviously defends his tail off as a DPOY candidate, Big East Player of the Year candidate, right? Like that, and for him to be able to get hot with a little bit of help, I mean I think they could keep up with most.
Is he your Big East Player of the Year right now?
Man, it's so tough. So it depends what you value, right? Do you value kind of a player in a similar role on a better team, or do you say, man, like Providence would not be a thing without Devin Carter? I would probably have to say it's Baylor, right? You think, but yeah, it just depends what you value. They are neck and neck. I'll put it this way. I am flying to New York on Wednesday, and that's when they're doing the Player of the Year, Coach of the Year press conference.
Right.
And I'm going to spend the money on the Wi-Fi in flight because I have no clue what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think it's down to those two. And as much as I love Baylor Scheiman, I just think Devin Carter's done more with less. And I think that probably is what's going to end up getting him the trophy.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just like, he's in the DPOY conversation too. He's like the conference's second leading scorer behind Quincy Oliveri. I mean, yeah, for sure.
Hey, John, before I let you go, what's your expectation for what's going to happen with this team this month, whether it's next week at MSG or certainly in the NCAA tournament? What are you expecting them to do?
Yeah, I think, the ceiling is massive, right? I fully expect this team to be in the second weekend. I know it's matchup dependent. And this team, we've seen at times this season, you either live by the three or die by the three, right? Like those things can get you sent home early in March. And I understand that. But with how this team has played over the last month, I don't see a reason they can't be in the second weekend, if not be right on the brink of another Final Four. I kind of thought that about a week ago. And I was like, no, I'm being I'm jumping the gun a little bit. And I started to see some other people say it too, and I was like, okay. So I don't know if I'm just gun ho, like, yes, they will make the Final Four, but they get the right bracket. I don't see a reason that they won't make the second weekend for sure.
Well, John, we look forward to your coverage. Congrats. I mean, we're going to talk to you, I imagine, at some point over the next month. But congrats on a fun first year on the beat. We appreciate your time. Have a great weekend.
Hey, thanks, guys.
John Walker of the Omaha World Herald, omaha.com. As Kraton gets ready to play Villanova tomorrow. Jimmie has post-game duty for that.
That's right, 402-951-1620.
Post-game Jimmie.
So that is coming up tomorrow. So you like the Jays in this one.
I think they win. I think that a lot. When you look at the body language of that Villanova team, like they're going to be desperate tomorrow, but it kind of looks like they're already looking towards the future. What a world we live in where Villanova's Super Bowl is Kraton.
I know it is so odd. But look, it makes sense. You lose your, historic great head coach.
And we talked about what the boosters and everybody else was talking about with Mac. Like I don't see a situation, a world where Kraton is ever DePaul, but I don't know if you really want to be Villanova.
No, and that's why I think
that's more realistic.
Yeah, I think they're a great example for why you're not able to always to easily roll from one coach.
And with that being said, I think Kyle Neptune's going to be fine. They're going to be pretty good next year.
Nebraska, speaking of pretty good, they're up 59-42 right now, 17-point lead with a minute and change to go in the third quarter. Nebraska has extended the halftime lead that they had, looking to move on into the semis, which would take place tomorrow. I thought that John had some good answers in there about the benefit of being a 2 versus a 3. Adam writes in to the 42 Degrees of Source text line. He says, "See, really needs to win tomorrow. Marquette to lose tomorrow." And he mentions a Seton Hall win over DePaul. That would put Kraton as the 2, move Seton Hall to the 3.
Yep.
He says, and that creates a really good path to for Kraton to the finals, because then that would just put Marquette and UConn on that other
same
side of the bracket.
Let's be honest. We don't really need to hope for a Seton Hall win over DePaul.
No, yeah. I would also add, I thought that
the three of us could find 2 other guys go beat
and
DePaul
we go
right
beat
now.
them.
Yeah.
I thought that what John had to say too about the time of the games, I think is a good observation. If you're the 2 seed, you're playing in the early second window. You're playing at 6:00 on next Friday. Whereas if you are the 3 seed, you are playing after that game, and you're turning around and you're playing at the same time the next day, but it makes for 2 consecutive late nights. Whereas you would get a little extra rest ahead of the winner of that matchup between the 3 and whoever they would play.
And I forgot the texter's name, but to
Adam.
their point, I think getting Marquette out of that 3 seed spot is the best thing you can hope for if you're a Jays fan.
Yeah, it'd be very, very nice. So coverage coming up tomorrow morning. Got an email that we can get to when we return about Caitlin Clark. We still had some stuff that we wanted to talk about before Kent as well, including Chip Kelly. We have some Dalton Schultz stuff. I mean, it's already getting to the point, Jimmer, where I'm like, well, I guess we might have to save some of these things for next week.
Yeah,
because
we got a big news dump today. That's what happened.
We had a huge news story that
Do you
came
think
through.
it's better for the Jays to win the Big East tournament or maybe go out in the semifinals, have the extra rest for March? Where are you at? Do you care?
No, not really. I mean, I know that a lot of Creighton fans want it because, I was talking to somebody earlier today after the news came down about the contract, and it was like, what more does Mac have to do at Creighton? And there's 2 things, and it's, Final Four, I guess if you want to say / natty, I'm happy to have that.
It's
but Final Four and then winning the conference tournament. Those are the only things now that are missing from his resume. So I understand why a lot of Creighton fans are like, no, I really, really want that. On the other hand, I say if you could lose in the first round of that, but if you have a deep tournament run, it's kind of like, oh, well, who cares? But it's easy for me to say.
It's always hindsight, though, right? It doesn't matter until it does.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess, are you asking more from the rest standpoint?
I was just curious. Yeah. Because everybody's like, well, they don't have a big bench and they need the rest. It's like, no, they're 20 to 24-year-olds. They're fine.
They'll be fine. They'll have basically a week before they play their next game. All right, we'll get to this Caitlin Clark email when we return and a whole lot more. Jimmie Allen in today for John Bishop. Kent Walgamout's going to join us soon. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
There is only one constant in the universe, and that's change.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
I'm sure many of you remember the incredibly low interest rates that were available only a few years ago. Well, things changed. Now rates are higher. But would you believe me if I told you there was a time when people were paying double-digit rates? And that's the thing. Everything changes. Rates go up, rates go down. So if you're waiting for the perfect time when rates drop before you buy a home, you might miss out on the home you really want. So when you think about it, what's a thing today might not be a thing tomorrow. See? Change is good. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists, and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Where to watch college basketball just got easier. 72 Table and Tap is offering $2 Coors drafts with a purchase of a Coors Cup. Paired with one of the biggest TVs in Ralston is a slam dunk. 72 Table and Tap is just south of Ralston Arena, so stop in before the concert or come watch the tournament. Indulge in some smoked wings, a goldfish breaded pork tenderloin, tasty bar food, pizzas, and sandwiches. There's a reason customers keep coming back. 72 Table and Tap. Eat, drink, gather, and repeat.
I'm Mary Neubauer with the Iowa Lottery. March is National Problem Gambling Awareness Month, when we highlight and remind Iowans that help is always available 24/7 here in our state.
And I'm Katie B. with the Iowa Department of Health and Human Services. Visit yourlifeiowa.org to learn more about problem gambling. Start the conversation today by text, live chat, or by calling 1-800-BETS-OFF.
It's free and confidential.
And it's something you can do anytime.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
When I heard the words, "you have breast cancer," I said, I have no idea what I'm going to do. My OBGYN called me and said, I know exactly what we're going to do, which led me to Nebraska Cancer Specialists. From day one, I felt that I was at the right place. There were some pretty rough times, but together we are stronger and they are there for you. You do not feel that you are alone.
NebraskaCancer.com.
Email Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Josh Peterson, Jimmie on the Grim. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this One Beer Friday, brought to you by Lucky Bucket. Here on 1620 The Zone, Eric tweets in, Off-Color Brewing, the Apex Predator Farmhouse Ale. Eric, we hope that you are enjoying that on this Friday. Kent Wolgamont's going to join us in a few minutes as we talk about everything, everywhere, all at once.
The movie, not the concept of everything, everywhere. All at once.
That would be a tough conversation to have.
It'd be a big conversation.
20 minutes.
Solve a lot of problems.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yes.
42.
It's available on Netflix if you listen to our conversation and enjoy it and would like to check it out. Highly recommend it.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yes, we'll talk about that in just a few moments. All right. We were talking about Caitlin Clark earlier, and Craig has emailed in.
Hi, Craig.
And he says, hello, guys, listening to your program. Whoa,
Craig.
Craig.
Whoa.
Craig.
All right, next email.
Yeah, we're off to a rough start here, Craig.
Program.
Yeah, and he says, I believe I heard you say Caitlin Clark will make more in the WNBA with her NIL deals. WNBA
Correct.
number one draft pick will make approximately $76,000 next year. NIL deals are estimated to be around $910,000 this year, with a jump to $3 million next year. Her national deals may still stay in place, but the local money probably goes away when she does. I don't see any WNBA stars with endorsement. What makes you think she'll make more in the WNBA? So I want to answer this question respectfully.
Yep.
Because I mean, the first thing I would honestly say is Craig, you don't see any WNBA stars with these endorsements like this because no star is like Caitlin Clark.
Yeah,
Like,
there isn't anybody that draws like she does right now.
Yeah, so
she's selling out arenas in college.
So I found a story from The Athletic that went up earlier today called "The Caitlin Clark Business is Booming. Here's how her WNBA sponsorships are lining up." And so, sets the stage for what she is about to do and some of the money that she will command or could command. I'm going to read a paragraph late in this story, or halfway through rather. Mike Vorkanov, I'm going to guess Vorkanov, wrote this story. Mike Vorkanov.
Shout out to Mike Vorkanov.
Shout out, Mike. So about halfway through this story, Mike writes about kind of the salary components and what we're looking at. He says she'll make a salary in the NBA. The number one pick is guaranteed $76,000 in her first season, unlike at Iowa. She can also avail herself to up to $250,000 in a league marketing deal and up to $100,000 in a team marketing contract if she eschews playing abroad next offseason. And then he adds, or she can sign what is likely to be a high-paying contract for a team in Europe or China. So first of all, she'll have to figure out, is she just playing in America or is she going to go play overseas? My guess would be, this is with no intel, but my guess is that she will only be playing in the WNBA.
Right.
That is just going to be my guess.
That's probably a solid
That feels like a safe bet.
Back to the story. She has a deal with Nike, which is one of the WNBA's financial partners as part of its Changemakers program.
Bingo.
The league often pushes those companies to use its stars in marketing campaigns, especially those with a huge marketing deal, yada, yada, yada. So she has the Nike deal as well.
Well, as an example, Erica Wheeler of the Indiana Fever, she's the highest paid player in the WNBA at $242,000. She gets almost double that in her endorsement deal from Nike.
All right, so back to the story now. Clark will be unconstrained in the WNBA, and she is expected to draw a significant contract for the upcoming WNBA season. Nike, Adidas, and others are expected to pursue her. Multiple sources with knowledge of the sneaker industry said Clark is set to sign a deal for more than $1 million annually, which would be the richest among WNBA players. I would also go back to something that Craig wrote in the email. The local money probably goes away when she does. I would say this.
Why?
That is exactly what I was
Why
gonna
is that
say.
the thought?
Yeah,
Like-
I don't know. Because if she is already such a huge star in Iowa City and she is so valuable there, if anything, I bet she commands more. And then she's going to Indiana. She'll probably have local contracts and endorsements inside of Indianapolis.
Which may
as well.
be the only debate for it going away. She may ask for too much money for
That
the
she-
Hy-Vees of the world.
Correct.
too. But I don't know if you know this, Craig. Nike has more money than Hy-Vee.
Yeah, and so trying to be respectful. There will be so many people that are going to want a piece of her. And the final piece to this puzzle that I would add is Jojo writes that she is a bust, by the way. The final piece to
Never won a championship.
to the
She has as many playoff wins as Mike
Trout.
does.
Well played.
Yeah.
The final piece to the puzzle that I would add here is that she is going to raise the profile of that league in such a way that they are these endorsements, these companies are going to want to get in on the ground floor. So
Subway will be banging down her door to have her in commercials with Steph Curry the day she steps foot in the WNBA.
Exactly. Yeah. Amazing Daniel says, I don't think people realize how many endorsement deals players have that nobody hears about. Besides that, they don't know about the WNBA deals because it's not in their bubble. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, 1000%.
You haven't heard of any WNBA players who have endorsements. I mean, I ask this respectfully. Craig, have you watched WNBA games? Look, I don't watch the WNBA.
Yeah. Craig, can you name 5 people in the WNBA?
See, and I think, you know what? That is where she is going to be different because when she plays her first WNBA game, you know who will be watching?
Everybody.
I will be watching.
Everybody.
I will be watching. And that's going to be the difference between her and so many other players is that I am intrigued by this. That's why I watch her in college. It's why I will follow her to the pros because I am interested in what this can look like. Just like, when Magic and Larry went to the NBA, there were people that followed them into the pros to see what can this look like. So I just, to me, it seems so obvious, but obviously,
yeah, I mean, it's not like
some disagree.
It's not like when she goes to the WNBA, people are going to stop talking about her. That's not how star power works. And the thing about this situation is like, obviously the age old saying, rising tides raise all ships, right? Like this is going to help everybody else around. And the difference between Caitlin Clark and Kelsey Plum is, Kelsey Plum had the numbers and everything. She didn't have the star power and she wasn't talked about of the same volition that Caitlin Clark is. It's like people want to say, well, Kelsey Plum scored 3,000 plus points. She went to WNBA and there was nobody was talking about
Correct.
it.
Yeah,
It didn't get brought up. It didn't have the national attention, and all of that attention will follow Caitlin Clark to the WNBA draft, to Indiana, and have this effect on the league.
At the very least, I mean, people will be talking about her in her early career there. You know, ultimately, she is going to have to perform at a very high level for her to continue to warrant a discussion level on like the shows, right?
And I don't think anybody has a doubt that it's going to translate.
Exactly.
Right?
I think that she's going to be great at the next level. And so if that continues to happen, and then if the audience continues to show their interest, like, look, ultimately, the reason that we talk about her is, I mean, I find her interesting. You find her interesting, but also given the numbers that of her games, and obviously ratings on television shows when they discuss her are not going down. That's why, like, she has become, she's like just transcended her sport. She's transcended women's basketball because it's obvious that when people talk about her, other people have opinions, and certainly they listen or watch.
The average ticket on the secondary market for an Iowa women's basketball game this year is north of $500.
Yeah.
The average ticket.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not because people are going to go, well, she's in the WNBA now, we don't care anymore.
Yeah.
No, it's because people see the trajectory of where she's going to be and want to say, well, I remember when I could see her play at fill in the blank.
Yeah, exactly. Fredio sends us a screenshot of the Forbes net worth of Candace Parker. I don't know if this was to prove a point either way on, you know, like a positive or negative, but
sure.
It mentions her salary and winnings, $100,000 in endorsements, $8 million. And look, Candace Parker was certainly a big time name and a big time star, but Caitlin Clark, she is not, from the perspective of how we talk about her. You know, Candace Parker didn't seem divisive. She was just really, really good.
I do think she's probably the closest comp, though, but I think it's important to point out that, like, the TV media market isn't
100%. Social media wasn't a thing.
50,000 times bigger than it was back when Candace Parker was the star of college basketball in the WNBA.
Yeah.
But I do think, to the listener's point, that's probably the closest comp. I don't think we've seen anybody have.
I think Brittany Griner is always the one that she was talked about a lot, and I wouldn't say that it was always in very savory ways.
Yeah.
But the people opined about her. People opined about her in Baylor a lot.
But I think more people liked Candace Parker and like Caitlin Clark than, like, because I think that matters.
Yeah. And one more, Travis says, but also with Caitlin Clark, who cares if she's making more or less? It's her prerogative. Bingo. I mean, and that's one of the things that you and I said a little bit earlier. Speaking of women's basketball, before we go to break and welcome Kent Walgamont onto the show, Nebraska is rolling right now. They are minutes away from moving on into the semifinals.
And they're playing like a team that has a chance to win a couple of games in this tournament.
Yeah.
Splash. And Ohio State lost today.
Ohio State lost today,
They're up 66-51.
Michigan State was favored in this game, right?
Correct. 2.5.
Yes.
Yeah. So, they are on their way towards their second win of the Big Ten tournament. They beat Purdue yesterday by 8 points and just a nice performance, mainly in the second half as they have pulled away. And so they lead by 15 points with about 5 minutes to go in that one. When we return, we will welcome Kent Walgamont to the Grum, and we will review and recap and give our opinions on Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is available to stream on Netflix. This won the Academy Award 1 year ago, and so we will talk to him also ahead of the Academy Awards this weekend, and we'll have a couple of props in predictions later on about the Academy Awards. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll do that when we return. Kent Walgamont joins us in El Kent's Movie Club next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to avoid this afternoon. We are getting reports of delays on eastbound L Street between I-80 and 108th. If you're west on 370, delays from 72nd to 84th. Also, a little bit of slow going on eastbound Dodge from 680 to 90th. And then if you're west on Dodge, you're going to see delays from 680 to about 108th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahan Nurseries.
Spring is in sight. Looking to wake up your yard this season? Make your neighbors green with envy with Lanahaw's wide selection of landscape supplies and homegrown plant material. Get a head start today. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
When it comes to concrete repair, EverLevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose EverLevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Tell us how you feel on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Reach Gary, Nick, Connor, Josh, and John anytime on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction at yourexteriorexperts.com.
Omaha fans, are you ready to score tickets to your favorite events hassle-free? Yes. Shop local Tickets for Less, located right here in Omaha, 145th and West Center Road. No hidden fees, just transparent pricing. And when you use the promo code THEZONE at checkout, you'll save big at ticketsforless.com. Whether it's sports, concerts, or something else, Tickets for Less has you covered. If you have a question, call today, 402-398-1999. You'll never find better customer service because every seat holds a story. Find yours and use the promo code THEZONE at checkout at ticketsforless.com.
New Year's resolutions start and end at Level Countertops, Cabinets, and Flooring in Elkhorn. Is your resolution this year to get organized, and take your kitchen to the next level? They create a unique space that's not only beautiful, but functional and organized. They come to you, listen to your needs, and create your functional design. For all your cabinet and organizational needs, visit their beautiful showroom at Level Countertop, Cabinets, and Flooring, 192nd in West Maple, or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edits, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
It is indeed time for another edition of L. Kent's Movie Club, and Kent Walgamont of the Lincoln Journal-Star joins us right now. Hello, Kent.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up, buddy?
How are you?
Hello.
How am I? I'm good. I was fiddling around writing a story about a artist from the Ukraine who was forced out of the country by war, and she ended up here in Nebraska, and she has a art show of her paintings here.
Oh, wow.
So I talked to her today and saw the show and was sitting around fiddling around on that, looked at my watch and went, ruh-roh, it's 3
Oh, yeah, well, all good. We got you here. We were keeping an eye on the green room, so we are good to go. And today we are reviewing the movie and broke this news, Kent, to Jimmie as we went to break. The movie that won the Academy Award 1 year ago, And that is the weekend of the Oscars this year. It is Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's available right now on Netflix. Nick picked this movie. Nick, take it away. What's Everything Everywhere All at Once about?
Well, speaking of foreign art,
nice.
It's a movie that tackles multiverse theory in a very fun and creative kind of way. There's a woman, her life isn't necessarily magical or amazing. She's just an ordinary woman who quickly gets thrust into a different world, many different worlds on many different sides, and tries to navigate both these worlds and her relationship with her daughter.
I'd say that's a pretty good representation
And
of what the movie was about.
Yes. I don't want to spoil this movie. It's such
No,
a good
yeah,
movie.
yeah. If you have not seen this, we will not be spoiling it in this conversation. Kent, let me ask you this to begin the conversation. This was one that premiered. I went back and I found my favorite movie podcast, their first discussion about it, and that was close to 2 years ago. This was May of 2022.
All right.
When they did their podcast. And at that moment, it was interesting listening to it after I watched it this week, Kent, because their conversation talked about the hype that this movie already had generated, the discussions that this movie had already generated. And then by the time, it held on to that for almost a year. It won the Oscar. And so now we are a year removed from the Oscars. We are almost 2 years removed from the release. How has being removed from the hype cycle, the take cycle of this movie, what has that meant for you as you took it in? Because I found myself actually enjoying it more this time than I did the first time I saw it back in theaters.
I believe this was the 5th time I've watched it.
Oh, wow.
I have a bad habit of getting sucked in by a movie maybe once a year, maybe twice. Some years, maybe not at all. But I remember the same thing happened with Hell or High Water, the contemporary Western 4 years ago. I watched it 3 times in 1 week. So, this one did it for me. And so I saw it in the theater. Then I saw it when it released on streaming last year, or on Showtime or wherever it went. Then I saw it in the theater again when it came back for the post-Oscar run. I watched it again like in the summer of 4, 5, 6 months ago now, I guess. And then now. So this is a 5th time. And so it's kind of still playing the same for me only because I've watched it that many times. And
hype never died for you.
Hype never died. I have my little short thing that I wrote for the Oscar, or for my best of the year last year, about this, which I think kind of gets to the summary in a different way. Okay? Here it is. Bonkers in the best possible manner. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once is at its heart a dysfunctional family picture that's also a martial arts movie, a sci-fi flick, and a black comedy. Directors Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert, aka the Daniels, have concocted a wild story about a Chinese immigrant laundromat operator who's trying to keep her family together while trying to get through an IRS audit, where she discovers that she has to bounce through multiple universes to save herself, the family, and everything else. She's played by a magnificent Michelle Yeoh, probably the only actress that could play the role, doing her own stunts while turning up as a chef, a Chinese opera singer, and martial arts star in the multiverses. It's eye-popping, action-packed, oft hilarious, and has plenty of heart, and you'll never think of an everything bagel the same way after you see it.
All right. Well, that's a way better description than mine, Ken.
Yeah, it's a reason why he's the critic.
I gave Josh I'm professional here.
I gave Josh mine off air, and I said it's Scott Pilgrim meets Low-Key meets Ratatouille meets The Matrix.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Not at all. So I've never heard of this actress before, and what you just said, I didn't know she was doing her own stunts.
Absolutely. Go. You want to see her at her martial arts finest. What's the name of it? My mind just went blank. It was the first of the big martial arts hits.
Yes, Madame, Magnificent Warriors, Police Story 3, Super Cop, The Heroic Trio, Holy Weapon. Those are in her first paragraph on IMDb. It was one of those.
I'll have it in a second.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Oh, that movie's been on my list forever. I just haven't
really
watched
good.
it.
It's really good.
That's her.
And I think
she's the star. She does all her own stunts, and she's like a 50-year-old woman doing that, which is pretty impressive.
And I think the most impressive thing about her on-screen presence is like when you see a Jamie Lee Curtis kind of come on screen, it's not like dwarfing the stars around her. She never shrinks on screen. When you have a star of that caliber on screen with her, she kind of holds her own and carries the movie.
Yeah, she won.
Absolutely.
We were running through before you give some of your opinions. We were running through what it did last year because I said it did last year what Oppenheimer is going to do on Sunday, and it just won everything. It won Best Actor, it won Best Supporting Actor, or it won Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, Best Supporting Actor. It won Best Screenplay. It won Best Director, which was 2 directors, and it won Best Picture among some other stuff as well. It absolutely dominated.
And editing is the other one that it won. And you of course, we didn't mention this. The Best Supporting Actor winner. You know who he is?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Short Round.
Yeah.
From Indiana Jones.
Is it a requirement if there's a multiverse show or movie, he just has to be involved in it now because he also plays Ouroboros in Loki?
Ken, I heard on this podcast that I mentioned from 2 years ago that I listened to, where it talked about him and how he was in these movies where he played parts that have not aged particularly well, and then he got typecast into that role, and then he became an adult, and it's like he got frustrated by the industry, and so he went behind the camera, and then it was Crazy Rich Asians came out. And he was like, he had FOMO, and he was like, I'm missing out on this. I want to be participating. He went and auditioned for this movie, and then he won and then I was reminded of it that at the Oscars last year, Harrison Ford was there, and it was just like how special of a moment was that?
Between Crazy Rich Asians, this movie, I think Parasite, is that a Korean film?
That's a South Korean film.
That's a really good movie.
Oh, great movie.
All of these Asian films and things coming out that we're now consuming. I'm glad that we live in a time where we're elevating these artists and these directors and these actors instead of making caricatures or jokes out of them like they have been for the longest time in Western cinema.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that we can finally live in a place, in a time where these actors don't have to worry about being typecast, and they can go and do a part, be involved in a movie that gets extremely popular, and there's no preconceived notions or anything.
And qualifiers,
and show your range too. Like Michelle Yallen, this was incredible, and to Kent's point, in everything that she was trying to portray.
Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoyed this movie again on this. This is the second time. So you mentioned it's the 5th time. I had forgotten that, without spoiling too much, the heart of it, the emotional side of it. For some reason, I remember that being like the last 20 minutes, but it really takes up.
It's like 40. I know what you're talking about. I paused it and it was 45 minutes.
Yeah,
left. I was like,
it's
wow.
like the last half of the movie, essentially, where it really gets into the relationships and kind of how and why all of this stuff is happening. And I was wondering how, again, being removed now from seeing it the first time and all of the hype that went into it, I was wondering how I would take the movie in, and I thought that the balance of the fun, the weird, and the family drama, I thought that it worked extremely well. I really did.
Oh, I agree, and boy, that is you I mean, the 2 directors wrote it, okay? So those 2 guys, that is a almost a unique combination that I can think of in movies, to be able to pull all of that stuff together and pull it all off, right?
Yep.
And so I think part of it you have to attribute just to their creative storytelling, so to speak, but it all had to get pulled together with the acting and the the technical stuff. They won the editing award for a reason, right? Because even though it has all this family drama, for lack of a better way to put it, in the last half, it doesn't bog down, right? It just cut, go, 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 go. And by the time you're done watching it, you're like, that was really fun and really good. And there's really some meaning there, right?
Mm-hmm.
How often can you say that about an entertaining movie like that? A lot of times they're entertaining, but there's not really any there, right?
Yep. And I know that all movies are art, but this is one of the movies that I kind of put it on a different pedestal, a different version of visual art.
Because you can see the art in the movie.
Well, I mean, you can see the art in the movie, but it's when all the editing, the sound design, the music, the acting, it all just comes together and swells in a perfect way. And again, I hope this isn't an offensive thing to say, Kent, because I know you love movies, but this is just everything about this movie just comes together so perfectly. And even that part of the movie where you see her face and it flashes between a bunch of different parts, I was tempted to pause the movie and go frame by frame just to see every individual art frame that was in that section, just from the movie. And then the music itself too. I kept hearing the Claire de Lune motif throughout the movie. And then when they finally got to what I'm going to call the Claire de Lune part, it was such a good payoff.
Mm-hmm.
It was, I don't remember the last time I had such a good, maybe Baby Driver, where just a musical payoff also just elevated the other part of it was like its own subplot. The music was its own subplot in the movie.
Ken, as somebody that appreciates the way films are broken down, and obviously when we talk about all the great ones, they all have great first act, second act, third acts. This is one of those rare movies where it's actually shown on screen when you're going into those portions, right? Do you appreciate that a little bit more when that like fourth wall is almost broken down a little bit?
Absolutely, because okay, you would have no way of knowing this. I was at a screening, it's been a month or so more, with the new director of the Ross Theater here, and I look at my watch all the time during the movies, and she saw me and she's like, "What's going on with that? Are you bored?" And it's like, nope, I'm checking first act, second act, third act, because they don't tell you, but you can tell by watching if you've watched enough movies. And so let's say it's a 2-hour movie. First act is going to run about an hour and 10 to 15 minutes. The second act is going to run about 30 minutes. And then the third act is the rest. Or if there's 4, they get chopped down into smaller. But if you've watched enough movies, you see that. Here, they didn't even make any pretense about it.
Yeah,
and I
hide it
love
at all. Yeah.
One of the things, Kent, that I loved about this too, and I don't think that it's giving anything away, that you could absolutely watch this as someone just falling apart at the seams and going through some sort of a mental crisis.
Absolutely.
And it never really explores if she is or not. Like, you can view it from that perspective, or you can, if you want to take it on its face and say it's just a movie about a lot of weird stuff happening, you can also view it from that perspective.
But it's clearly not, though. It's clearly not, though, right? Like, when you think about, like, when we talk about breaking generational curses and, like, the way the world is developed and how things are different now versus how our grandparents, our parents have looked at things. And it's just kind of like you can see a little bit of somebody, either yourself or somebody you know, directly involved in almost every single part of this movie.
Oh, 100%. I was tearing up at the end of the movie.
It's so good.
Yeah.
This movie took me on an emotional roller coaster.
Like, I was just thinking about this when we were reading that, when Kent was reading his description, we were talking about our comps of this movie. It's like, on paper, this should be terrible. And somehow all these great actors made, like, Kent, you kind of brought it up, but like the everything bagel thing made me die laughing, but it didn't make me lose the introspective of what's going on the screen at the same time. And when you could pull that off, it's cinema magic.
The other food related things that happened too would have most people tapping out.
Yeah. We don't need to spoil those.
Oh, no, not at all.
They can look for the everything bagel in the movie.
Can I need you?
That's not giving anything away.
I need your professional opinion. What is the timeline on to when you could start spoiling movies?
Well, in this case, I would probably go ahead and do it, but I understand that a lot of people haven't seen it.
Sure.
And also, this one is too good to spoil. If
that
were
matters.
I know what I was
talking
thinking.
Yeah, that matters too.
about some mediocre POS from,
The Hill.
Yeah,
The
we're
Hill.
talking about the Hill.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to spoil it. And in fact, when there's some new releases that I think are just god awful, I'll get them right on the first review.
Yeah. Here's the end. It was the butler.
But this movie is just such an experience in itself that I would want everybody to go in blind for the first time.
So,
like I did. I didn't know anything.
Full disclosure, I've never watched the Oscars, like ever in my life. I love movies, and I really don't like other people dictating how I think about movies either. So I'd never actually even heard of this movie. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, this is some B-rate film that, you know, I had no expectations going into this, and it absolutely blew me away.
That's awesome that you went in with not knowing anything about it. I think it'd be talk about a real treat of a surprise.
Yeah, it was so. Yeah, I can't even say good enough things about this movie.
I obviously knew about the movie. I knew people loved the movie. I heard good things about it.
Oh, you'd never seen it?
I had never seen it, and I had intentionally avoided everything I could about this movie for the last 2 years because I knew I would want to watch it eventually.
Yeah, I knew nothing about this and like paused the screen. Like, is that Jamie Lee Curtis? It was one of those things.
She's terrific in it, isn't
Yeah.
she?
So good.
Do you think she did her own stunts, Ken?
I doubt it.
I guess I won't say, but the finger stuff, and I won't mention exactly, but that,
Yeah.
that really took on a life of its own.
I love that so much.
that was some really good stuff. And look, it's on the most ubiquitous streaming service there is. It's on Netflix. So
Watch it,
if you heard
Do
this
yourself a
conversation
favor.
and
Hey,
at the
there's
very least
live
you're
sports
intrigued,
coming to Netflix.
and there's a boxing match that is coming later this year, and so it won essentially all of the awards last year, and it's just I don't think you have to be a comic book fan. I don't think you have to be a fan of multiverse theory.
They make it really easy to follow too. Like, it's a little confusing at the beginning, like in the elevator scene.
But once you get past that,
after that, it's perfect.
Yeah, I remember having the conscious thought where it all just made sense. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
They explained it and then they showed it. It's like, oh, okay.
And this is like the first one that like the first multiverse theory movie that I can remember that like introduces like current technology, not like futuristic type stuff into the mix too. So I thought that was kind of cool.
So that is Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Kent, do you have any takes on Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson on Netflix?
Okay, Mike Tyson is 56 years old. I mean,
He's getting up there. Yeah.
Probably
not going to be great.
Exactly. I'm not thinking this is going to be one of the great fights of our time. And my big question is, how much did Netflix pony up to get this?
The answer, no matter what it is too much. Too much money.
But I mean, how much? What do you pay these guys? Millions, probably.
It's gonna be horrible.
And I wonder who's going to watch it. Also, I mean, does Mike Tyson still even have a draw?
Yes, he will be more of the draw between them.
Okay.
So that is Everything Everywhere All at Once. If you got nothing going on this weekend, give it a watch. It's a little over 2 hours long, available on Netflix. So it's funny because Jimmie said something a little bit earlier that will lead into the pick for next week. So Kent, we have been promising the Friends of the Grum for weeks now that they would have a chance to vote on a movie club pick. And so we've been taking nominations. Yes, you are correct. Now, first of all, and we're going to hopefully get better moving forward. So a lot of the nominations, either A, we had watched them already, like Air was nominated. We've already seen Air. Sorry about that. But B, we're available on streaming services, but to rent. Right. And so we are looking for movies that are on streaming, but not for rent. So whether it's Netflix, and mainly the renting ones are like the Amazons, the Apples of the world.
Right. So it could be not Fubo. What was it?
Tubi, yeah. As long as we don't have to rent it, we're good with it, or go to the movie theater.
Yeah, and Ken already mentioned one of the nominees.
Yes. So Hell or High Water was one of the nominees, Kent. You mentioned that earlier. The other three nominees that we went with were Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, which thankfully got last.
I just watched part of that piece of junk. 2 nights ago. It was on. My wife was watching. It's like, why are you watching it?
Hey, at least you already would have been working ahead.
You know why she was watching it, Ken. You don't need to ask that question.
Yeah, I guess I didn't need to ask. That didn't have anything to do with the story.
Yeah.
Banshees of Inisherin was on there, and Clue from the 1990s or 80s.
I think it's 89.
90s movie, yeah.
And so Jimmie said it was The Butler.
Yeah.
Clue is the winner. Clue
Oh,
got
nice.
36.4% of the vote.
85. It came out 85.
The voting literally just closed, and so we will be doing Clue in the first ever listener-nominated movie club, Elkins Movie Club. So we'll be doing that next week. It is available on Paramount Plus. So we will be doing that next week. So I would say that that's a pretty solid one amongst the four, right? I mean, it's not Aquaman.
I love Clue.
Want to hear you guys complain about my picks ever again,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Well, that's not true. We'll complain no matter what.
Yeah. Nick, don't worry.
Wishful
The Hill is now. I mean, if you do a Mount Rushmore of the worst,
that's fair.
You probably have two on there. Stibbs has
2?
one, and John has one.
Wow.
Your boy has none. I think mine's been pretty solid so far.
For the future, by the way, if you would like your chance to have one of your movies picked for Movie Club, 1620 The Zone email, sign up for that.
Yeah.
Then you'll get a little link.
And we did tweet out the link earlier.
That too.
Go hop in there because people were tweeting their ones at us. It's easier if you can just do it in that website because then we get a file of them. And please do look and see, make sure it's not available to rent. We want to be able to watch them because if they're renting, we're not going to do it. We're not going to get reimbursed.
Should we share whose pick this was?
Sure. Yeah. Do you have the name of the person?
Yeah. Levi. Thank you.
Thank you, Levi.
Thank you for Clue, Levi.
Thank you for Clue, Levi. So we will watch that one. We will not be doing a show in 2 weeks. So this will be the last movie club pick until the end of the month because we'll be off for March Madness in 2 weeks.
Then we'll
next week we're on, and then we're off.
Yep, and then we're off. And then I think the next time you do movie club, it'll be Happer and me, and with Nick, we'll be in sunny Las Vegas.
Well, it'll be Josh Hudson next week.
Yes,
on Friday,
so it'll be
two people of movies.
Yeah, Mr. Josh Hudson himself. So yeah, this month will be a little bit different with you, Kent, but Clue next week. We're looking forward to it.
All right.
Is Nebraska in the NCAA tournament, Ken, or do they got to win on Sunday?
Yes, they're in. If they win on Sunday, they're locked, I think is the way that I would put it. In part because if they win on Sunday, that gets them the double bye in the Big Ten tournament. And I can't imagine.
3 seed.
Yeah, I can't imagine that any team that gets that high a seed in their conference tournament isn't automatically going to the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, especially in the Big Ten.
Yeah, as a 3 seed. Yeah, so I agree. I think they're in. I think if they were to lose 2 in a row, I think that they would still be in, but they would probably go to Dayton, which nobody wants to go to Dayton.
Can I ask a question? Sorry, I'm taking away from sports for a second. So as far as the voting for next week, will the 3 non-winners remain, or will there be 4 new movies? Do we know yet?
No idea.
Okay, all right, I was curious.
Nah.
No,
they're in the pool.
Yeah, they're in the pool.
I was just trying to be helpful.
All right, Kent. Well, enjoy the weekend. The sun will return and melt all the snow. Yeah, and we mentioned earlier, Oppenheimer's going to destroy. Is there what I guess race are you, or maybe
Literally,
most
figuratively?
Yeah, no pun intended. Which race are you most curious about? Is it best actress?
Yeah, that's the one. That was what Oppenheimer, I wrote today, could win as many as 8 awards, and very likely will win 6 minimum. There's a couple that are maybe not, but I think they'll win 8. The only major award where it's not kind of already a slam dunk is actress, because Cillian Murphy and Paul Giamatti for actor was kind of looking like it was going to be a race, but nah, it's moved back to Murphy, who was the early favorite, and now I think he'll win. And the other 2 acting awards are already, Robert Downey Jr. gets a Career Achievement Award for Best Supporting Actor, and then Divine Joy Randolph from the Holdovers gets the other.
Yeah.
But Best Actress has been between Lily Gladstone, who is Killers of the Flower Moon, and the great Emma Stone in Poor Things, which to me is the best movie of last year, but isn't going to win Best Picture. And the quote polling, so to speak, has it right at almost 50-50. I said I think Lily Gladstone will win, in part because she'll become the first Native actress to win the Oscar if she does. But we'll see. I'm pulling for Emma, who, by the way, answers the severe question:
does she get naked?
Multiple times.
I didn't realize that, Ken, but I heard somebody talking about that movie this week, and it was like, when you hear people describe actresses and their performances as very brave, it's code for she got naked a whole lot.
That's what we just watched that. We just watched the movie recently. I can't remember the name of it, but it's got Jennifer Lawrence in it.
Oh, the comedy.
Yeah.
And she gets naked in that,
like
right?
6 times. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen that movie.
It's hilarious. Like,
maybe that's a movie club movie for
that.
that
That would be a good movie.
I've heard it's really funny. I've heard
it's
really
funny.
I read Playboy for the articles. I've heard it's very funny.
When I watched the previews for that one, it gave me the vibes of a mid-2000s comedy.
I love mid-2000s comedies.
No hard feelings.
So I thought it was interesting that they had made a movie that had that vibe.
I heard her do an interview, and she basically was like, "We wanted to make a movie like that again."
Yeah,
because she's like my age. Like that's a great era of comedy.
A little bit of a spoiler. She like starts wrestling people while in the nude. It's pretty funny.
Poor Things, by the way, for those of you who want to see Emma Stone naked or just want to see a great movie, it's available now on Hulu. It just went up.
Oh, it's on Hulu now.
It's on Hulu.
Perfect.
Yeah, Josh Hudson mentioned it yesterday at the end of the Connor Happer show. All right, so there you go. Watch the Oscars on Sunday. Kent will be back with you next week to talk about Clue. Have an awesome weekend.
You do the same.
See you, buddy.
That is Kent Wagamont of the Lincoln Journal-Star. We are so close to cracking them open. Let us know what you're drinking, because it is a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. We'll have an update for you on Nebraska women's hoops when we return and what happened at the end of that one, and so many more things. Jimmie had something to say about the video game that we can get to, because that is going to come out.
I wanted to ask Kent if there was anything coming out that he was looking forward to, and I forgot. Because I'm very excited for Deadpool and Wolverine.
Dune 2 is getting a lot of praise. That just came out last week. We can talk about Chip
Popcorn
Kelly.
Bucket also got a lot of praise.
It certainly did. Dalton Schultz in Houston, he had some things to say about my favorite team and a whole lot more. It's a One Beer Friday here on 1620 The Zone.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 the email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
This evening, the north breeze and the skies are going to clear out. Eventually tomorrow morning, temperatures will be in the 20s. Lots of sunshine for tomorrow, although still hanging on to a slight north wind and a high temperature near 50 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Doesn't look like there's any wrecks to worry about. We are seeing some delays, though, on L Street for both directions at 90th. If you're west on I-80, delays between 42nd and 60th. If you're west on Industrial Road, delays between 132nd and 144th. Same goes on northbound 204th at Q Street, and then delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 114th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
So with Saul's Jewelry and Loan dealing with designer bags, what is another option that our clients have if they don't want to actually sell their item?
If you're looking to borrow some money, you don't necessarily want to get rid of it. We can hold on to it for safekeeping until you're ready to come pick it back up.
Spring is in sight. Looking to wake up your yard this season? Make your neighbors green with envy with Lanahaw's wide selection of landscape supplies and homegrown plant material. Get a head start today. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
It's easy to see the common signs of transmission trouble.
If your engine revs before it falls into gear. If it seems to switch gears for no reason. So watch for the signs. Certified Transmission, the job done right at the right price.
It's Champion's replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Somewhere Santa's like,
The 1620. The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Jimmie on the Grim with you on this One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. And Jimmie has hopped out of the video stream.
Oh,
did it happen again?
It only took until 4:24.
We need
what
to
happened?
start taking lines on this at the beginning of the show.
I don't understand what happened. This doesn't happen when I'm on with Gary. This doesn't happen on my show.
Interesting.
Sure,
This is a
you
Nick-
say that a lot.
This is a
Jimmie.
Nick
Also,
Grimm
the-
special.
The sun has returned, which is very, very nice. Melt that snow. Melt that snow.
You want me to shut it?
Yeah, you feel free to do it whenever.
I'm going to jump back in the stream here and I will shut it.
So Nebraska women's basketball, they move on. They will be going to the next round of the Big Ten tournament. They were able to hold on. It seemed like people were accusing me of cursing the team. They held on to win by 11. So I don't know what those yahoos were talking about.
There's 4 minutes left, and you're like, they're on their way to winning. That's
and
why. They won.
They were on their way to winning,
I
and
was
then
just
they
letting
won.
you know what the people were.
Oh, the people, and also one Jimmie Allen, who in the YouTube comments
what did
said,
he say?
hopefully Josh didn't jinx them.
Oh, Jimmie, I appreciate you.
I returned to the stream, by the way.
Yeah, we got you back
So
in
maybe
there.
the people wouldn't have said that if it wouldn't have gotten brought up.
You know
Bye,
what?
Jimmie.
I think I just figured out the problem. Why this
What's that?
why this happens.
What's
My
that?
computer is also dying.
Oh,
I don't know
so
if that's
it was
by-
your problem this whole time.
I don't know if that's a correlation.
I love being able to blame Jimmie for the issues of the day. By the way, Nebraska, the women now, they will move on into the semifinals. And so they will play tomorrow at 1 o'clock Central up in Minneapolis. That game also on BTN. And Jimmie mentioned this a little bit earlier, but Maryland upset Ohio State. And they didn't just upset them. They dominated.
They had by 23 at one point, I thought.
They won by 21 points, 82
Okay.
to 61. So Nebraska will play the 8 seed, the Maryland Terps, and thus they will then await the other side of the bracket. The next game is tonight. Penn State, the 7 versus the 2 seed Iowa Hawkeyes.
Go
and then Michigan versus Indiana. Indiana, the 3, Michigan, the 6. That game going to be 25 minutes or so after the Iowa Penn State game. So Nebraska will play tomorrow early afternoon. And then there's a very real chance, obviously, that they're making it all the way to the championship game. And if they are able to do so, that game Sunday at 11 o'clock on CBS. So obviously coverage and everything coming up next week for what happens.
It's supposed to be really fun around here.
It is, man. It absolutely is. And, you know, it's funny. We're going to talk about this in the happy hour, but like how this season will be remembered from a local perspective. But one of the things that I remember talking about probably a month and a half ago, once Nebraska beat Purdue, then I allowed myself to dream
It
of
felt
like,
real.
Yeah. And it was like, man, could we have one of those really fun Februaries or Januaries and even Marches like the one that we had a decade ago? That was, I always hold that year very special in my heart, not just for the obvious reasons of, you know, Nebraska making their first tournament since the 90s, but that was the year where I was on air for the first time on a regular basis. I was doing Blue Jays shoot around for the first time. I was filling in a lot on this show before I got the gig later on that year. And so I felt like that was the first time where I'm getting to talk about things. And I'm also like covering the greatest basketball player in the sport up close in person. I went to so many home games that year. Nebraska has this deep run, and it obviously sucks in the end that both of their seasons ended, much quicker and harder than I think either side expected it to.
Right, because there was that outside chance they could have played each other too. And I wonder if that has a little bit to do, because in our own minds, I think a lot of people were like, man, if this could just happen, it would be amazing.
And it was so I still remember doing this Selection Sunday show at Sokol, and when it was like, oh, hey, Kraton is playing Louisiana, and then Nebraska popped up, and the reaction was like, whoa, from like the whole crowd. And so I was like, that was really cool. And this year has turned into a different version of that, while also very similar for me in that once Nebraska beat Purdue, and you said it came real. Oh my gosh, it never stopped. It never stopped feeling like that they were going to do this. If anything, they've only strengthened their argument, especially over the last
and you asked Ken about being a lock. I think they're all.
I do too. Yeah.
But there's still that one outside, everybody wants it to happen, dream scenario where, man, if Omaha just wins their conference tournament, like it would just be so incredible for the 45-minute radius from this city in general.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. So we'll talk a little bit more about that coming up as we get into the happy hour. Let's take a break now, and when we come back, we can get to a potpourri of topics. You said something earlier that I'm curious about. It's time for Jimmie Takes, because we'll mention the video game for a couple of seconds.
I need to drop, Nick.
I can be mad about Dalton Schultz and the Dallas Cowboys. We could talk Chip Kelly. We have so many things. Some of this stuff is evergreen, so we could punt it to next week when Jimmie is back if we have to, but we can do that when we return. It's a One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking, and you could win a gift card to Lucky Bucket. We'll be enjoying some brews from them in about 15 or 20 minutes here on the show. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Friday here on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Taking care of ourselves goes beyond exercise, eating right, and living right. If you are experiencing hair loss, loss of libido or ED, anxiety, worsening mood, there's a place to go for simple, low-key solutions. John Bishop here for Hims.com. Grow your hair, have better sex, and tackle anxiety and depression. You don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, Hims can help. The whole process is online. With Hims, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, Hims fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
When I heard the words, "you have breast cancer," I said, I have no idea what I'm going to do. My OBGYN called me and said, I know exactly what we're going to do, which led me to Nebraska Cancer Specialists. From day one, I felt that I was at the right place. There were some pretty rough times, but together we are stronger, and they are there for you. You do not feel that you are alone.
NebraskaCancer.com. Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Kraton Sports Update.
Kraton Baseball hosts Portland this weekend for a series matchup at Charles Schwab Field, Omaha. Tomorrow's game begins at 2 p.m., followed by the finale on Sunday at noon. The first 100 fans to each game will receive a 2024 opening weekend t-shirt. For more information, to purchase tickets, or to follow along all things Kraton, visit gocraton.com. And that's your Kraton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Kraton Athletics.
I'm Mary Neubauer with the Iowa Lottery. March is National Problem Gambling Awareness Month, when we highlight and remind Iowans that help is always available 24/7 here in our state.
And I'm Katie B. with the Iowa Department of Health and Human Services. Visit yourlifeiowa.org to learn more about problem gambling. Start the conversation today by text, live chat, or by calling 1-800-BETS-OFF.
It's free and confidential.
And it's something you can do anytime.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Oh, he has opinions. No, nobody says that. Nobody. So, many know Jimmie Allen for such takes as the NBA allowed the Cavs to win the 2016 finals. The Lakers 2 years later.
Say it correctly. Rigged.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. The video game came out, and obviously the Mike Trout opinion. You said something earlier about the video game.
Yeah, dude, I thought I had a win today. I was so pumped because
what was it?
The Blitnikoff and the Maxwell will not be featured in the game.
What does that
Hold
matter?
on, because they're holding out. They're not. They're like they have not given the NCAA the rights to the awards.
No, such a bummer.
And then the Heisman's like, we're in. I'm like,
why are you getting upset by this?
I want to be right, man.
You're not going to be right about any of this, though.
Yeah,
you want to be right about things that you won't be right about.
Has the game come out yet, Nick?
But I've come around. I was on your side, and then they released the announcement.
I have to.
And I'm like, okay.
I have to, and I've been
wrong.
From the beginning. I've said I hope it does, but at this point, I'm just all in for the bit.
Yeah, the bit. The Maxwell Award. Who cares? Does that actually upset people? Or are they
no?
upset?
Nobody cares. But
okay,
it is weird though, right? Like that's
no. I don't know.
No, but like for an award to be like, we don't want to be in this video. I could get somebody who's like, well, I think I could get more for my likeness from this video game not getting it. But like an award being like, no, you can't have this. That's very strange.
You will never get this. You will never get this. La 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 la. Are you sad that Arch Manning is holding out?
No,
Got any takes on that?
I don't think that was his real. I don't think that's the real reason he's holding out.
Obviously, it's not.
If it is, like, good for him, I guess. But
not really.
No.
Well, how's it going to distract him? That's stupid. It's not that. He wants more money.
I more meant the until I've earned it thing that he said. Yeah, like if that's really his approach to life, it's going to work out for him.
He'll be fine.
But I don't.
Even if it's
nice, fine.
He's a Manning. He has lots of lots. Of
I think he'll be okay if football.
So are you buying this video? Should Jimmie? Here's the question: should Jimmie be allowed to buy the video game?
I don't have a console, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. After how staunch he's been against this,
I may buy one. Though,
you know what, Jimmie? You're not allowed in any of the games that I stream.
You're gonna ban him from your Twitch.
Are you on Twitch?
Yeah,
I did not.
Are you gonna be doing that, Nick? Are you gonna be twitching?
I'll be twitching a little.
Interesting.
Tickling chains, twitching a little bit.
Yeah, I twitch a little now. I dabble in twitching.
Interesting. All right, so that's that. Do you want to do me mad about Dalton Schultz, or did you want to opine about Chip Kelly? Which one should we say?
I think we can get through the Dalton Schultz thing really quick. I think we can do both because do you buy anything that he really said? Like,
yes,
I think they're all true, but I don't know if that's the reason with that the Cowboys are unsuccessful.
Oh
though.
no, yeah. So if you missed it, Dalton Schultz.
I believe everything he said. I just don't like.
He was on Pat McAfee this week, and he was talking about the differences between being in Houston versus Dallas. And when he was talking about Houston, he says the focus is just football. You know what I mean? I'm going back and telling some people about being around the Cowboys practice facility and game day and describing some of the interactions and stuff that you see on a day-to-day basis. And it surprises a lot of people. They're like, holy crap, that actually happens at a practice facility? You think it's normal, and then you come to a place like this. And so he was asked, like what? Like, give us an example on what's weird. And he says, it's literally a zoo, dude. There's people tapping on the glass trying to get people's attention while they're doing power cleans or whatever. It's different. That's the brand that they built. That's what Jerry Jones likes. That's the way they run things. And there's nothing wrong with that. You don't realize how many eyeballs and how much people can maybe distract in the locker room just being in the facility until you go somewhere else and you're like, holy crap, there's none of that. So he's talking about being in the weight room, and they can see in through the glasses, kind of like our windows here in our studios.
Should we complain to
you
Mark?
can see we have you can
nice.
see in, but you can't see out very well, and that's how people would be tapping tap taparoo, trying to get their attention. Do I think that
people do that to you while you're on air?
No.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
people come in and stare at us like, oh, what's going on in there?
Look at the monkeys.
Just a microphone. Do I think that this is why Dallas hasn't won a Super Bowl in almost 30 years?
Right.
I
didn't think there was a lot to this. That's all I meant.
I do, because I think that everything is a distraction there, because I don't think that the focus is always on football.
It doesn't seem that unbelievable, though. Like, it's like, this seems exactly like how Jerry Jones would run his franchise.
It definitely does
Come
not
look at
seem
these awesome players we have working out.
But that's the problem, right? Is like, focus on the football. But Jerry Jones isn't just focused on the football. He's focused on getting that bread.
Yeah, and
Shout out to Brett.
I wonder how much of a difference it would be if a personality like DeMeco Ryans was in the room, because it's not like the Houston Texans have been all about football in this uber successful franchise.
Hey, it's not like Mike McCarthy is some guy who loves a lot of pomp and circumstance. That dude he's a football guy from Pennsylvania.
I know, but I don't know if he's like fighting back against Jerry Jones doing this stuff. Where I don't think
he can, though. I don't think DeMeco Ryans couldn't command respect from Jerry Jones. I think
he would try.
Bill Parcells barely could, man. This
Yeah.
is Jerry Jones.
Yeah, that's true. I just think he would be more likely of the two to say something between him and Mike McCarthy. Like, McCarthy kind of seems like the guy would be like, okay,
I disagree.
Jerry.
I think McCarthy, the guy's from Pittsburgh. He is one of those true football guys through and through. I don't think DeMeco Ryans, in his 30s could come in there and be like, we're going to change the way we're operating. And Jerry Jones, he'd just be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd care, because this is how Jerry Jones operates. So, all right. So that's the Cowboys thing. There we go.
Why were you out on Dalton Schultz? You just didn't. You thought they could do better?
Yeah. So you're a Niners fan. I don't know if you remember this play near the very end of the game 2 playoffs ago when he caught it on the sidelines.
I was going to bring this up. I was going to say, were you mad that he didn't drag his left foot?
Yes. And there was the time where he caught it and didn't run out of bounds, and then he got knocked backwards, and the clock kept running at the very end of the
Baltimore too, right?
Yeah, and the guy dropped passes like, Ferguson, I think, is a much more talented tight end than Dalton Schultz was.
I thought he was a good piece. But...
So I'm happy he's out of Dallas, but screw you, Dalton Schultz, even though I sadly,
agree with you.
I agree with some of these takes. And then finally, Chip Kelly. So you mentioned you wanted to talk about Chip Kelly. I'm curious. I don't even know which angle you're kind of taking on this, but I know I have a couple of things, given he gave some quotes earlier this week, but I'll let you start off.
Yeah, I don't know if there's only really one angle that I want to tackle. It's just amazing to me that a guy that has had the success he's had, and listen, you won 8 games in 3 straight years at UCLA, and you just beat USC. And by the way, both of those programs are coming into this conference, and now he's basically the head of the offense for the biggest powerhouse recruiting wise in the Big Ten. Obviously, Michigan's going to take a massive step back this year, and we've seen what Ohio State's done through the transfer portal. And I think a lot of that is to do with what Chip Kelly is going to bring to the equation, because obviously they kind of got all those guys before he got there. But I'm wondering how long those conversations may have been in talk before that, because we got a couple of rumors that Chip Kelly was going to be fired after the USC game no matter what, and then he went and accidentally won that game, so they couldn't really let him go at that point. And I wonder how much he was already talking to Ryan Day, like, hey, I probably want out. Like, they clearly both wanted away from the situation, and Chip Kelly's probably putting some feelers out there before he was even really.
I think he thought he was going to get fired.
Yeah,
I think he thought he was going to get fired.
Did.
Yeah, and so here's, I guess, the thing that I wanted to throw out there at you. I found it odd that like there's been this whole debate over the last month and a half, 2 months about college coaches. In particular, Jeff Hafley has become this kind of poster boy.
This is not that situation.
Thank you, man. Like, that's what I thought too. Where people are like, oh my gosh, Chip Kelly, what does this say about college football? He says Chip Kelly just wants to coach and he doesn't want to worry about recruiting. Like, he is at Ohio State. They are a great recruiting operation. He gets to just coach football. I'm reading from The Athletic. The story wrote, more importantly, though, it was 2 longtime friends, talking about him and Ryan Day, reuniting. It was everything Kelly was looking for, and now he's on a journey to win a national title, and he's enjoying it. Here's Chip Kelly now. To me, the best part of football is football. I got to do football. It had to be the right spot to coach a position again. That's the difference. Yeah. He is at Ohio State now, and he gets to coach football. So,
and it's not like he just never wants to be a head coach again either. I don't think that's the case.
I think he does. I don't think he wants to be a head coach in college, though. I think he wants to be a head coach in the NFL. I don't think he's going to get that opportunity.
I was going to say, would you be amazed if that happened?
Oh, I'd be stunned. If he was back in the NFL as a head coach, my mind would be blown. I think that this might be a great, certainly being a offensive coordinator at Ohio State, like, you want to talk about a awesome gig. They recruit well every single year. Ryan Day is always going to be the one that catches the brunt of the blame, and you're going to get to coach really good players.
You'll get all the success and none of the burden.
It's a hell of a job. It's a really incredible job. But yeah,
at a situation where you're never going to have a down recruiting year either. Like you're just going to get some of the best no matter what happens.
Yeah, I just found it so weird. It's like, look, if you want to make Jeff Hafley like this lightning rod moment, I think that's very fair. I didn't understand it though when people were trying to do it with Chip Kelly.
Yeah, two completely different situations. Jeff Hafley wasn't getting fired.
No,
he voluntarily left.
Yeah, Chip was about to get fired.
Yeah, UCLA's AD is coming out two weeks before the season is over, and it's like, well, we're already kind of thinking about contingency plans here. Yeah, the writing was on the wall. Literally, not even on the writing. Your AD's out front saying, we don't know how well this is working out.
Correct. Yeah.
Before you're about to play your biggest rival.
Yeah. So he beat everything. He got out of Dodge, and now he's going to be the offensive coordinator of a team that is going to have, super high expectations. It seems, very much win now, or I don't even know if it's win now or fired, but it certainly seems like a championship or bust type season for Ohio State. They kept John Cooper around for
maybe
years.
They just got to beat Michigan.
It's a great point.
Yeah, because if they don't this year, I don't think there's any reason to fire Ryan Day up until this point.
Yeah,
you lose in a season where they lose Jim Harbaugh and on paper should take a step back. And I like Sherrone Moore a lot. I think it's going to work out long term for them. There's just no way they're not going to take some step back. It happens with it doesn't matter how good the guy replacing the guy is. There's just always a little bit of contingency there for a step back.
Adam texts in. He says, I think this is a great move by Chip Kelly. OC at Ohio State is a good gig. If Ryan Day moves on to the NFL, I bet Ohio State rolls with Chip as head coach. See, I don't know if, he's a great offensive mind.
Ooh, do you think Ryan Day would ever get hired in the NFL?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The NFL people love him.
It wouldn't really, I think that's a lot of it is his personality is translatable, but and maybe
I think he's overrated, but the NFL seems to love the guy, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
You just have to have one person who will hire him, right?
He seems like a guy that is really self-aware, though. And I wonder if he'd put himself in that situation. Obviously, it's always a better gig because all you have to do is coach football. But
yeah, but honestly, one of his benefits at Ohio State is actually coaching that talent, like getting to bring in that type of talent. Whereas in the NFL, it's a lot more even. I don't know if they'd promote him though. Just given you got to be a ruthless recruiter at Ohio State, and Chip Kelly ain't that.
Yeah,
that's not the part of the job. Yeah, he doesn't like it. So that'd be pretty interesting to see what they would do when he moves on.
One thing I wanted to pick your brain about though is from just talking about Ohio State national championships. Do you like the 14-team playoff model? And do you like the bye approach to it and the home field advantage stuff?
You know what? Let's put a pin in that and do that next week.
Perfect.
Because, it's funny. John and I have spent so much time talking about it from just the existential crisis perspective that we haven't really discussed the 14-team playoff on the merits of, like, what does it mean to have 14?
Yeah.
And there's something else that I've been ruminating on that we can get to next week as well. So we will do that. When we return, though, it is time for a One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Old Man Doug just tweeted in what he is drinking. He says, this beer reminds me of the NCAA tournament. The outcome remains unclear. And the title of the beer is, sure enough, that remains unclear. He is enjoying one of those right now. Let us know what you are drinking with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you could win a gift certificate to Lucky Bucket. We are about to crack open some of those. We have their traditional lager. I saw an IPA in there.
Oh, there's a stout.
There's a stout in there, and there's one more thing in there, and I can't remember what it is. We'll figure it out during the commercial. A wheat beer. Thank you very much, Nick. We are going to crack them open. When we return, we'll talk some local hoops as March is here and the regular seasons come to an end over the course of the next not even 48 hours. So we will do that when we return. Jimmy Allen in today for John Bishop. I am Josh Peterson. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks causing delays this afternoon. We are getting reports of some slow going on westbound I-80 between 42nd and 60th. If you're east on I-80, a slight delay around 84th. Slow going on L Street for both directions at 90th. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays between 680 and 120th. And on eastbound Dodge, between 680 and 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Pyramid Roofing.
If you've seen the white trucks with Rufus, the spotted dog, then you know about Pyramid Roofing. Spring's almost here. Replace your siding, windows, roof, or gutters. Call Pyramid Roofing at 402-502-9300 or visit PyramidRoof.com. Never settle for less.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Omaha Maverick Hockey hosts North Dakota tonight. You can listen on News Talk 1290 Coil. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. It's UNO versus North Dakota tonight on your home for Maverick Hockey. News Talk 1290 Coil.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's ramp.com/sports.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw. It would be nice to have a plug throw from your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. I had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer. Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer. Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw! Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace. Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
It is a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
That was a cheeky little open.
I like it. Josh Peterson, Jimmie Allen, and Nick Grimm with you on this very sunny and progressively warm Friday afternoon. let's see. It was when I took Mr. Banks out this morning. Mr. Banks. The feels like was in the low teens.
The dog, not the football
I
player.
had to put, yes, I did not take Jamal Banks out.
That one ain't recruiting violations.
To go up to the dog park. Had to put his little doggy coat on him. And now it is 41 degrees in Omaha. It'll be in the 50s tomorrow, the 60s on Sunday, and the 70s on Monday. It is close to springtime in Omaha, and that means, well, lots of things. But for us today, it means we are drinking delicious
There's
beer.
not a flake of snow left on the ground.
Opportunities to tickle chains.
More opportunities to tickle chains.
Also, side note.
I'll be out running.
Is there a better feeling than cracking with the boys? Cracking one open with the boys?
Cracking with the boys.
Cracking with the
Just a little bit of crack with the boys. Just a good crack.
All right, Nick, let's settle down now.
Of the can when you open it.
Thank you to Lucky Bucket for hooking us up today, and the fine folks at the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild, as always, for sponsoring this segment. We have a bevy of brews. You know,
a bevy of bevs.
Yeah, as we have gotten more new coworkers, some of them love coming in and snagging some of that beer that we have, which is good because we are often
of beer.
Yeah,
right
we're
now.
given generous amounts of it, and the most that we have gotten in a while was from Lucky Bucket. They gave us a 6-pack of their lager, and then a couple IPAs, a couple of wheat beers, and a couple of certified evils as well. Looks like Nick is going
with the lager.
With the lager,
I'm a
the
lager
OG.
boy.
I'm going with the surprise, the IPA.
What?
Yeah, I know. It's a stunner. We're all stunned.
You're an IPA guy.
I'm enjoying
the
that.
world would have never known.
I know. Nobody would have guessed this. But let us know what you're drinking with the hashtag OneBeerFriday, and you could win a gift certificate to Lucky Bucket Brewing, and you can go enjoy some of their delicious stuff as well. If you have missed any of the show today, it has been a real fun one. We had Kent Walgamot on about an hour ago.
Yeah.
We talked about everything, everywhere, all at once. Last year's Academy Award winning film. That was a lovely conversation. We had John Walker on earlier, and we talked about the news with him, and Jimmie and I talked about it as well. Greg McDermott, he signed a contract extension, officially announced earlier today by Kraton. He will be with them for the foreseeable future. Essentially, the way that it is being described is that he will retire with Kraton. And I think that has been a bit up in the air at various points over the last few years. They wanted to put that to bed today, and so they do so. As we talked about earlier, my sources telling me that he will be making north of $4 million a season. Don't know exactly where that puts him, just because if you're a private school, you do not have to report. Again, the number that I have is coming from sources rather than just reported number or an announced number by the university. But we are guessing somewhere.
Just tell us it's Mac that told. No,
he's texting me. No big deal.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the top 20. You mentioned earlier, maybe even top 15. So it just depends on what's going on with some of those other private schools, like a Duke, for example, is not going to have to report. But
and there
big news for the Jays.
Incentives into the contract as well.
Bingo. So
the interesting discussion now becomes, how can you convince the Brian Kalkbrenner, Stephen Ashworth, Trey Alexanders of the world to maybe come back next season? And I think there's this foregone conclusion that Trey may already be gone. And I think as the season inches on, I think that conversation may quiet down a little bit more. And especially with Mac coming back. I mean, when Trey talked about this season, he said a lot of the reason was Mac being here. And when we interviewed him on the Roll Jays podcast, he brought that up a couple times. Now, the fact that for sure he's going to be back next season, I may change that conversation with Trey Alexander a little bit.
That would be obviously a big get for them if they were to bring him back next year. And it's funny that you say that, because it kind of leads into the topic du jour as we kick off the happy hour. And again, let us know what you are enjoying on this fine Friday afternoon, and you could win a gift card to Lucky Bucket. But that was this. How will we remember the basketball season from a local perspective? And I know that, we've been doing so many of these big picture questions, and I've been guilty of it. So I acknowledge that up front, knowing that, it's March the 8th. There is one more regular season game for both Nebraska and Kraton, and then there are their conference tournaments. And, Kraton will be playing Thursday evening at some point. They might be playing in the early game. They might be playing in the later game. Nebraska, certainly looks like they are very much on their way towards a double bye. And if they win against Michigan on Sunday, we're talking about a 3 seed in the Big Ten tournament. And then they're both going to be NCAA tournament teams as well. And so I asked this question knowing that a lot of the story is going to be told. So I kind of want to put a pin in that, because that will also change how we view what, ultimately happens this year. But everything comes to an end. The regular season comes to an end. Last year Kraton started 6-0. They lost 6 straight, and they finished, very strong. And in the end, the season, though, it's not judged on, well, they were 6-6 at one point in time. No, they're judged because they went in a positive light because they go to the Elite Eight for the first time ever, and they're a foul call away from perhaps the first ever trip to the Final Four. And so, again, that's a long windup to say, I know that the story is going to be rewritten multiple times over the next few weeks. But, just the regular season component of it before we tackle maybe how things could change with postseason runs. How do you think that this season is going to be remembered for either of these schools?
I mean, I think it'll be defined by the players within it, because the 2014 season, maybe for Nebraska, obviously more than Kraton, was kind of defined by the moment, like getting to the NCAA tournament.
February. That's what I always think of when I think of that year, February.
And obviously Kraton season was defined by Doug, but I think for Nebraska this season, when you talk about Keisei Tominaga and you talk about Rink Mast and the players, Juwan Gary around this team, I think it'll be defined by those guys and the moments they provide you with Keisei's 4-point play the other night, things like that. And maybe even if so for Kraton this year too, because I think Baylor Shireman's season will be remembered very fondly. Ryan Kalkbrenner's kind of culmination of his career, if he chooses to walk away from this point. And then I think maybe even the most underrated story of Kraton's season all year has been the development of Stephen Ashworth and how much he has changed and changed the outlook of this team.
Dude, I couldn't agree with you more, because remember some of the conversations that we were having surrounding him.
There were a lot of people.
I'm trying to remember, so we had, it was the Pink Out game. And so that would have been mid to late January. And we had Greg McDermott on the show that day from the Hope Lodge. And I remember asking him about Ashworth, because that was fresh off of some better performances.
Yeah.
And asking him about that noise, and he had a funny snarky comment about what were people saying? I don't know what people were saying, but there was a lot of discourse that surrounded that guy, and it was not the start to the season that obviously a whole lot of people were hoping for. And I mean,
and it was like, and I know I've said this a million times on air, but it's one of those things that it's just so outlandish for us to think that a guy was going to be able to come in, make the jump from the Mountain West to the Big East, and be able to translate accordingly, even if he is 24. Like the coaches that come in here, like I remember we were talking to Derek Kellogg about this, and he was just amazed with the ferocity and the speed and the rhythm that this offense plays with. And that's a guy that's been a head coach at 2 different stops. Like, you know what I mean? And this, yes, he is a 24-year-old player being Stephen Ashworth, but nobody has been able to walk in here off the streets and pick things up and get rolling with it. Maybe Ryan Hawkins to some degree, but he even talked openly about how much he struggled.
He did, yeah. He was a much different player in February, than he was in November.
And I don't think just watching it from the outside, you can really appreciate how much Kraton drives their offense off of their defense and how much of a necessity it is, just because when you see it on a highlight reel, it is let it fly and you are shooting the lights out of it. But the things that happen on the other side of the court are so important for the way this offense needs to function, the way it's built, that if you don't have the concept of what you need to do on the defensive side of the ball, and self-admittedly by Stephen Ashworth, he didn't, you're never going to have the effect. And everybody was like, well, bigger point guards are just running him off his spot. No, he was swimming mentally. And yeah, if you're trying to think while you're out there and you're getting pushed around the time, nobody, I don't care who they are, going to be successful at that point.
I love your answer to the question a couple minutes ago. I think is a really good one. You'll remember the players, because I think that whether it's this group of players now at Kraton, that is, John and I had a fun discussion about it yesterday. This is not, him and I agreed, this is not a more memorable stretch of basketball than the one with Doug. At least I don't think it is, and John didn't think it is. But this is certainly the most accomplished stretch of basketball that this program has ever had.
Ever.
And some of the key guys, the core guys, the Shiremans, obviously, Kalkbrenner, etc.
Which is crazy, because even he had some struggles when he first came in here too.
Exactly. And so they were a part of that. And then when you look at Nebraska, again, I remember, I think it was Sipple who said it. No, I talked to Dirk Chatlin within the last few weeks, and he was like, go look at the record that team had after, Fred's first year, and then his second year, and then his third year. Go look at his cumulative record, whether it's conference games or just overall. And it is staggering that group was able to turn it around last year, where you could make a very sound argument that K-State saved his job. And then he seemed, remember when we thought like he's going to go pro, he's going to go overseas, whatever it was, he is going to leave. And he comes back. And in the end,
I don't
he
know.
is not What?
I don't know if I agree with the Casey saving his job thing. I mean,
No way, dude. You don't think so last year? Given that if they have another way sub 500 season?
I don't, and here's why. Because when you look at what Fred has continuously brought up, right? And maybe he doesn't mention Casey because he's obviously still there, but like when he talks about the way he talks about Derek Walker and the way he just continuously like brings up how Sam Griesel and Derek Walker, like what they meant to this program. I think maybe like when like from the 10,000 foot view, like maybe 5 years from now, I think we'll maybe point more at those two guys and just the way they kind of set the tone in the locker room a little bit more than we do talk about Casey. Because I think Casey has the on the court stuff, but I think the way that business was being handled behind closed doors with those two guys specifically and why they keep getting brought up by their head coach is going to be a little bit more definitive of how this program got turned around.
No, and I don't disagree with that, but I mean, you still got to win the games.
Sure.
And you still got to, and I think he was a part of that. And ultimately, the point I was going to make was he hasn't been the reason for their success this year, which I think if you would have told me,
which is also the reason I said what I just said.
If you would have told me in October, like, hey, they're going to make the NCAA tournament, and Casey, afterthought is way too strong, but that he will have games where he is kind of forgotten about, or
at times the fourth most important part.
Where he's not going to drive things on a nightly basis. I would have said that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. How did it happen? And I think that what you said a few minutes ago about the players being the story, I think that's a very good observation with this team in particular, because on a night in, night out basis, different guys have shown up, and Casey has had his moments. I don't think he's had them as consistently as I thought he could or would have them.
Yeah, some places had him labeled as the best shooter in the country before the season.
Yeah, and sometimes you take shots and you just start rubbing your head, and you're like, what the hell was that?
That's just kind of like what you get with him, though.
That's
right?
what he is.
Is he beats to his own drum, and shooters are going to shoot. And I think Baylor has a little more success with it, but I think Baylor Shireman's got a little bit of that to him too, where if he's just feeling it, whether he's 1 of 13 or 10 of 11, he's just going to shoot it.
So they're going to do
if he's in the rhythm. And I think both of their head coaches would tell you that they feel more comfortable with them being that way.
So let me ask you this then. How does this month change the conversation? Because going back to Kraton for just a moment before we get to Nebraska, just said it, that this is, in my opinion, and I'm guessing that a lot of Kraton fans agree with this, and I'm guessing you do. I guess I'll ask you. Do you think that this is a more memorable stretch of basketball than the Doug McDermott stretch was? It is, again, it's more accomplished 100%.
No, and it has nothing to do with the players, the coaches, or anything. I think the fact that the Doug McDermott stretch involved the jump to the Big East, I think that will always, unless Kraton wins a national championship.
So I was going to say, what if this group makes the Final Four? Like, that's where, they're already the most accomplished, and if they are able to go on that type of run, not only do they add to their accomplishments, but then suddenly it's like, look, a run to the Final Four, to that last Saturday of the season. Who cares if you make the title game? Not saying that they won't, but I'm just saying, let's just say they get to the Final Four.
Yeah.
You are one of 4 teams left. There are 2 games left in the whole season, and you get to be a part of that. You are playing in a giant football stadium this year in Arizona?
Arizona, yeah.
Like, that is as memorable as you get. That gets a special banner that is hung in the arena.
That's not
and
there yet. Yeah.
That group back in 2014, the culmination, the end of that era, like, I still think that is more memorable than anything that this group has done, even though they never made it to the Sweet 16, let alone the Elite 8. But a Final Four trip that is a whole different ball of wax.
Man, yeah, I still don't know, because it's not like they just joined the Big East, right? They joined the Big East and were holding their own, and they had the National Player of the Year at the time.
They had the best player in the sport,
and they did it from jumping from a mid-major to, at that time, probably the 3rd or 4th best conference of basketball, and seemingly didn't miss a beat. That's the most impressive thing to me, and I think that's why it'll be remembered, because and it's one of those things that, not to make everything about football, but like when we look at the transition to the Big Ten, it's not loved because the success wasn't there.
Yeah, 100%. They're better than people are like, this conference rocks.
Yeah, we're the best in America.
Yeah.
But when you look at the way Kraton has really handled their own, and now really kind of a staple top 2-3 program, 1, 2, or 3, debatably is I think it's looked at so fondly, and you don't get there without that 2014 team. So it's like, I think that will always have a more nostalgic place in people's hearts, because
that's a good way to put it.
You don't really have the success now without them, right? Because
they laid the tracks.
Yeah, you can't have one without the other.
I mean, literally. If you want to go back again to the Big East thing, they literally laid those tracks, where without them, it isn't possible.
Yeah,
and they allowed that to be possible. All right. I mean, the next one is very easy, but let's get Nebraska fans, excited. What if they finally win a game, or hell, what if they're able to win
more favorably by everybody?
This is, of course, this becomes not only the most accomplished, but easily the most memorable. And I think that what makes it so different is that going back to the player side of things, and this is, of course, not knowing who's going to
be back next year.
No, who's going to take them on this magic carpet ride. Like if they are to win a game or two, it's funny. We just talked about
how incredible
K-State.
it would be if they won 2 games this season. And I don't think I'm not saying that tongue in cheek.
It's
I don't
very
think it's
realistic. I'm not going to predict it, but
Yeah.
I think it's certainly possible. You want to talk about, I speaking of Dirk, I asked him this question and I'll ask it to you. What was more surprising in right now in this moment, that Fred in Nebraska started out as poor as they did to begin his tenure?
Yeah.
Or that he was able somehow to turn and steer into the positive direction? What shocks you more?
It's the turnaround without a doubt, because you had your AD 2 years ago talking about keeping a football coach around because of how often that this doesn't happen. Almost never is the word Trev Alberts referred to when he brought Scott Frost back for another year. And a lot of people looked at that and said, well, what does that mean for Fred? Because clearly they're on pretty close to the same trajectory. And maybe Fred gets a little bit of a pass because of the Abdel Massey stuff and the way they were trying to build it, and then the ability to pivot and show progress from a standpoint of we're trying, not even on the court, but we're trying to do this differently. And
COVID, his first year ended the COVID year. His second year then is COVID entirely.
Yeah. And maybe not even that, but like the fact that you don't have the stubbornness of it's going to be my way or no way, and we have to stick to the plan, but the ability to come in and adapt and change things and be willing to say, okay, maybe this can be done differently with the same kind of flavoring on top of it and still be successful and turn around. And the fact that they were able to is incredible.
Mustache Adam tweets in on the JTech Instructions on Twitter feed. He says, I agree with you that the 2014 team is the most memorable, but the biggest what if is that 2020 team that won the regular season. That team seemed destined for a run in the Big East tourney and the college basketball playoff. They did. The funny thing is there's the Zagorowski injury that, now it's,
so you never get that question answered.
You never have to worry about it, the season, because that was also in that weird stretch where every year a player would get hurt.
Yeah.
And you remember that
for almost 10 years.
Yeah. And I think the best example of that's the best example, because you want to talk about a what if season.
To me, that was the best Kraton team.
They were ridiculous. They could shoot it, and they, could do incredible stuff on the inside. Patton came out of nowhere that season, and they looked like a different type of Kraton team. And that was like the first, in my opinion, that was the first time where it was like, okay, they have been able to figure out how to level up into the Big East Conference. Whereas the first one was, right place, right time. You have the best player in the sport, and you have
just because the coach was sleeping with his mom. But
you have all of these seniors that are on this roster. The 2016-17 team was the first time where I was like, oh, okay.
Because they were able to get a guy that was 2 guys that were transfers in. You have the Justin Patton equation.
And that was an incredible developmental story where this guy comes out of Omaha, he redshirts, who redshirts in basketball, and that's good. Nobody to that level. And then he is awesome right away. It's been a real fun stretch of hoops for both of these teams. And it's funny because as memorable as these regular seasons have been, the story is either going, we've just talked about it from the positive perspective. And obviously I know that we could do it from the other side. And what if they lose right away? And I don't want to have that conversation because I know what happens.
And I think we can comfortably say, and surprising to say this about Nebraska basketball, but it kind of feels like the outlier, the thing that is less likely to happen.
I know.
Right?
It's funny you say it because I feel the same way. I think that this is going to be the year that it happens. And I look, in the end, would I be surprised if they lost? Of course not. It's college basketball. Weird crap happens in March, but I really think that this is the year. I really think that they're going to do it.
And an interesting case study will be let's say Fred gets this thing rolling for a couple of years, right?
That's the question for me is, can this be replicated?
Yeah, and I think it'll be an interesting case study to have a conversation with Nebraska basketball fans. How irritated are you that you haven't been able to have this type of success long term? Because, you kind of don't know what you're missing out on because it's never been there long term sustainable. And if he's able to get things rolling where you're a tournament team 2, 3, 4 years in a row, how much differently do we look at the program as a whole?
That's how you start winning games, is you just get back there.
Stack it.
Yep. You want, and this is such an obvious statement, but if you're in the playoffs or if you're in a tournament, you have more chances to win games just because you are there. And the obvious then follow-ups are, and you also get used to it, and it's not a surprise, and you're more readily prepared for something like that, especially if you're able to keep your roster together. So that's what's at stake. Not a whole lot, but just
just
everything.
the future of the program.
Yeah,
No big
exactly.
deal.
Just the hearts and minds of a lot of the fans around this fair state of Nebraska. All right, when we return, it is time for predictions. The records will thankfully not be included on the little thing that I sent. I just realized
you're not running very well.
I don't know how many games I won last week. I think it might be like 2. I'm in a distant third. Thankfully, there's no bet this time.
Am I still in first?
Well,
Nick is still in first.
You want some winning picks? Listen to the After Hours Lounge. Dan and I went 5-0 last night.
How is Dan going undefeated?
We're good. We know what we're talking
How
about.
is Dan good?
Wow. Tough look for you.
No,
tough look for Dan.
At picking games.
John Schreiner 9-0 when picking soccer games, by the way.
What?
Yeah.
He's of soccer.
John Schreiner, the guy who previewed the Champions League final 2 weeks before the Champions League final?
He's also the man who had lunch
I
with
forgot.
the La Liga guy.
No, the EPL guy.
EPL guy.
I thought he also called stuff for La Liga.
But he's like the English Premier League guy, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you talked to him about that? How did it go?
He fanboyed to
Did
me
he
about it.
tweet a picture of it?
Yeah, they got lunch together. And
okay,
I believe Ian was the one taking the photo also.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
I'll have to go look at that.
Just reached out to him on Twitter, and the guy's like, yeah,
I know,
let's
yeah.
grab
He's like,
coffee.
hey, you want to have coffee? And Ian Dark said, oi!
Probably shouldn't say this live on the air, but that's how I got Adrian Martinez, my coach.
There you go. Just start.
for coffee.
The answer's always no, unless you don't slide in their
Just
DMs.
got to tweet at him. Are you down?
Yeah, I try, and sometimes it works.
Sometimes it works. All right, that and more as we roll
That's how
on.
we got John Walker.
And that's how we got John Walker. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. You know, at the end of the month, Josh, Happer, myself, and maybe even you will be at the beautiful Circa Resort in Las Vegas to watch the dance and opening day. If you don't make it there with us, no worries at all. With the Circa Sports Iowa app, it's like being in Vegas. It's having Vegas in the palm of your hand. It's the next best thing. You can place bets anywhere in the state of Iowa, whether it's on the college tournament or professional baseball or professional basketball, you name it. And now is the perfect time to get in on the app too, because they don't limit you for constant winning. And obviously, both of these sports that I've mentioned have a lot of games coming up very close together. And if you're on a heater, you don't want to mess up that streak, and they don't want to mess up your streak. They also offer tight money line splits, and they don't keep as much on large market bets as other places do. So if you're worried about messing anything, or if you're worried that anything is going to go wrong, don't, because their customer service is great. Real people who want to help you with anything real quick. No bots, no AI. Check out the Circa Sports Iowa app today, anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 the email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
This evening, the north breeze and the skies are going to clear out. Eventually tomorrow morning, temperatures will be in the 20s. Lots of sunshine for tomorrow, although still hanging on to a slight north wind and a high temperature near 50 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up if you're west on I-80. Delays start at 42nd going all the way to 72nd. Slow going on L Street for both directions at 90th. Same goes if you're east on Dodge between 680 and 90th. If you're west on Dodge, delays go from 680 to 120th. And then a little bit of slow going on eastbound West Center Road at 192nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
If you have a large amount of gold or precious metals and want the best price with no waiting, Saul's makes it easy and fast. Any amount of gold, silver, or jewelry, no limit, immediate payment. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Are you a delivery driver looking for a better job opportunity? Host Coffee is a local family-owned coffee, water, and vending company that has been in business since 1972. We are growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
It's mulch better at Lanahaw. Planning to wake up your tired yard for spring? Make your landscape the envy of the neighborhood with mulch from Lanahaw's Garden Center, where quality is always a priority. Convenient pickup or delivery available. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Dino here with Leach Camper Sales. You'll be pleasantly surprised to see how affordable an RV can be. We have travel trailers with payments as low as $150 a month for qualified buyers, and they're ready to drive off the lot. Check out our inventory at leachcamper.com and bring us your trades.
And don't forget, coffee's always on.
Planning for spring at Lowe's means big savings on outdoor power equipment, and Lowe's knows nothing feels better than free. Buy one select Ego string trimmer, leaf blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56-volt battery free. That's up to a $299 value. Power through spring with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 4/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Cold and wet and delicious. Oh, that's pretty good.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
All right. Predictions last week was garbage.
For some of us, it was great, amazing even.
Yeah, let's look at the standing. So Nick is in first, 17 and 13.
Congrats, I am of predictions.
John is in second at 13 and 17. And I'm 9 and 21. So we're off to a bad start.
The DePaul of predictions, Josh.
Come on, man. That might be the meanest thing that you have ever said. That might be the meanest thing anyone has ever said.
I can't believe anyone's ever said anything that mean about DePaul.
Be better.
Whoa, Nicholas, settle down.
Be better, Josh.
So it's time for our weekly segment. This is the weakness takes, because this is the longest leg of predictions. When this ends,
I think this is the first thing you've ever emailed me, by the way.
That's not true. I've emailed you.
There's no way that's the first thing Josh
I send you
has emailed.
content.
You always send it to me on Twitter.
No, I can't send you predictions on Twitter. I'm not going to take a screenshot of that. It would come into your inbox all jank.
You've emailed me one other time.
See? So that's
right,
more than
there you
0
go.
times.
That's true.
All right, let's get to predictions. We begin in the association. By the way, before Jimmie rudely interrupted me, I was going to say that by the time this ends, it'll be football season. The countdown continues,
Nope.
Nick. Let's begin in the association in Cleveland tonight. The Cavs are hosting the T-Wolves. The Cavs are 1-point favorites. John is going to go with Cleveland. Nicholas, who do you like?
Give me the T-Wolves.
Jimmy?
The NBA will not rig this one for the Cavs. I will take the Timberwolves as well. The number one team in the West.
Wow. We are the Agree Boys. So that makes 3 in agreement. John has the Cavs, so John will lose. One more NBA game before we get to the cutting off the head Grand Prix.
One time,
we're
Josh.
talking about
it was
Formula One.
time.
The Bucks are at my Lakers. This is a big one tonight. Maybe. I don't know. I don't watch the NBA anymore. Bucks minus 1.5 in LA. Jimmy.
Give me the Lakers. They've won 3 of the last 5. I think they get it done tonight.
Nick?
The Bucks are notoriously pretty good, right?
Notoriously, yes.
Yeah, they got that one.
Giannis. People forget he orders
I heard Doc Rivers, though. And that's
fast food after winning a title.
Is Giannis the one that has horses, that likes horse
No,
racing?
that is Jokic.
That's
Jokic. My bad.
Yeah. He'll show up in, his team will show up in content in our next segment.
Give me the Bucks.
Bucks it is. Bucks for me as well. John is going with my Lakers.
The
So,
Jokic list Bucks.
yeah. Yes. Famously. Nick, give us 30 seconds on the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
Oh, it's in Saudi Arabia. It's tomorrow.
Classic sport.
The
Nick,
first
I
two...
thought you were a fan of things that aren't problematic.
Yeah, well, everyone's got an exception. They're racing on Saturday for some reason. The first 2 races were on Saturday. Don't know why. Carlos Sainz is out with appendicitis, so he's having Oliver Bierman step in.
Bierman, hardly knew him.
Nice. So, yeah, this should be interesting to see where things shake up.
This should indeed be interesting. That's what the people are saying about this one. So our question is not who's going to win, but who will finish second. Max Verstappen is minus 850 to win. Ridiculous.
Doesn't he always win?
Yes.
He's the Tom Brady of Formula.
Again, I don't know how this sport is so popular. Max Verstappen.
I literally don't know anybody else that likes this. That's not true. Rob Love does too.
Rob Love. Who do we think finishes second? I'll go first this time. Give me Sergio Perez.
Interesting choice.
Why?
The only other person I know on this list, I'll take Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, also an interesting choice.
All right.
Give me George Russell.
Wow. So we are all over the place.
Is that the most normal Formula One name?
George Russell. Great question. Let's look at the other names.
See, we've got
Oliver Berman.
Yeah, Bierman. That's
kind of normal of a name.
The one who's filling in for.
No,
Carlos
you know what?
Sainz.
I think it's George Russell. Good call.
Logan Sargent is from America.
John is going with Leclerc, or as he would call him, Leclerc.
He would.
As I wrote, this time it's sorry, folks. NASCAR ain't last this week. Thank God. We're getting this garbage out of the way early.
Oh, is that why you put Formula One up top too?
Yeah, we're getting this crap out of the way.
Crap?
Nick. Yeah, crap is indeed. NASCAR is... Oh, did they already remove it? Where is this race? Is it already done?
It's gone.
I don't know. When I clicked on the link, it took me to
there's not the race anymore.
It's disappeared.
Well, that's not good.
I was just going to pull Stibbs and take the loss no matter what. And just
all right, cool. Perfect. I don't have to write anything down. Nick, I was just going to copy John.
Hey,
Can
you
just
too?
copy John?
Put Marty Trucks in there for me. I don't care who.
Instead of who else?
Larson.
All right, so no Larson, but Truex. It's Truex?
Yeah,
Traux, right?
All right.
TRU.
Now let's get to some real sports. Soccer. In the Premier League, it's the Wolves versus Fulham, or in John parlance, Fulham. This game is early tomorrow. Not that early. It's at 9. God, I remember when 9 used to be like, what? That's so early, bruh. By 9 o'clock tomorrow, I think I'll probably been up for like 3 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
3 hour
Easily.
Josh.
Easily.
3 hour Josh. That's what they call me, Nick. Who do you like, Nick, in Wolves versus Fulham?
Well, when I have a sandwich, I don't want half ham.
You want full ham?
Yes.
All right. Jimmy?
I think a Wolf could eat a whole ham, so I'll take the Wolves.
Jimmy's with John. I'm with neither.
You go with the tie?
Give me the draw, baby. Give
It's
me
not
the draw.
broke. Don't fix it.
Nick, play the stupid open.
There's a drive. Way back. It might be. It could be.
La Liga.
That's Spanish for the Liga.
La Liga.
It's Almeria versus Sevilla in La Liga. This game isn't until Monday. Oh, you could turn it on during the Grum.
You could.
I won't be here.
Wow.
I'll be doing a little margarita
Vacation
action
boy.
in the middle of the
Wow,
day.
you're gonna waste away in Margaritaville.
Hitting up a bookstore that day. We're gonna have a great.
Oh, that sounds nice.
It's gonna be It's gonna be in the 70s. I'll be wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
Ooh, you got to pick your new cannibalism book.
No, not a new cannibalism book, Nick. I don't know what I'm buying.
Still reading the old one.
No, Nick, I'm not reading any cannibalism.
He's
book.
revisiting the manifesto of the murder.
No,
Corp right
I'm
now.
reading The Leftovers right now. Thank you very much.
Is that about cannibalism?
No, it's about the
Seems like a
Leftovers.
movie that may be about cannibals.
All right, that's a fair point. John likes Sevilla. I disagree. Give me Almeria. Nick, who do you like?
Almeria is fun to say.
Almeria is fun to say. So Nick agrees with me and Jimmy Allen.
Sevilla sounds like cerveza. It's a 1 beer Friday. Give me Sevilla.
Oh,
Nice. We like that reasoning. How far will Nebraska go in the Big Ten tournament? Now, this is nice because we had a little qualifier in there that if they lose, we would be punting on this question.
We are not punting.
Now, here's the fun part. John didn't know that the 1 seed was going to lose. So John, John has them losing in the semifinals. I will say that they make it to the Big Ten championship and they lose to Caitlin Clark and Iowa. Nick?
Same.
All right.
I can't go against my goat and your goat.
Jimmy?
They beat them once. They will beat them again. Give me the Nebraska women's basketball team to be your Big Ten tournament champions this year.
Jimmy takes at it again. Am I right?
Wow. We like to hear that, don't we, folks?
I don't.
The same question for you.
Wow, we have brain rot.
Yeah, for the Big East tournament for the women, what are we expecting to happen here. John says that they will lose in the finals. I agree. I think they're going to make it to the finals, and I think they will lose to UConn. Jimmie?
Well, this is stupid. I don't want to be the same as you guys. So I had them losing to UConn as well, but I'll say
say they win it all?
No,
Say they lose.
I'll say they lose in the semifinals.
Okay.
I will also say they lose in the semis.
Wow, I was trying to be different.
Lose in the semis. All right. That's a free point for John.
Or if you pronounce it differently, semis.
Semis. That's true. So this is going to be a little different. We're going to have to open up the current bracket because now that there are games that have happened today, the odds are moving and shifting around. So who will win the Missouri Valley Conference tournament? So John picked Drake, and they're the 2 seed. They'll be playing later. We do have some winners from earlier today. Nick's Northern Iowa Panthers. Woo! They defeated Belmont. Indiana State defeated Missouri State. Indiana State is the 1 seed. Bradley tonight versus UIC. By the way, Drake plays Evansville today. I'm going to go with the 1 seed overall. Give me Indiana State. John's just being a homer because of who Drake's coach is. Nick?
Go Panthers.
You and I? All right.
I will take Drake as well.
You will take Drake as well. All right. And let's get to some games. Now, these games that we will do, I assume they have lines now, but we're going to go with the Bart lines from earlier. I apologize.
Still trust Bart?
I know. Bart more like fart. We'll start with North Carolina at Duke. And actually, Mr. Bart Torvik, he nailed it, Nick. He has Duke -4.5 hosting the Carolina of North Tar Heels. Nick, John likes UNC. Who do you like?
I like Duke.
Yeah, me too.
Jimmie? It's tough to win in college basketball on the road. I'll take the Blue Devils.
You will take them. Now, this next line, wow, it's actually very, very close. I couldn't believe this. Houston is in real life 8.5-point favorites.
I think they're the best team in the country, though.
I do too. Bart has it at 9.5. So we're going to use the Bart line because that's what John picked this game off of. John went with Houston. I'm going to go rock chalk.
I've heard that the Jays have been struggling as of late, which is out of character for them, right?
Wow, look at these takes.
So it'd be the Jayhawks.
Jayhawks.
Yeah.
Go Hawks.
So give me Houston.
Okay. Jimmie?
Houston is not going to win by 9.5 points. They're going to win by much, much more than that. Give me the Cougars to roll tonight.
Oh, give you the Cougars. This line is a little bit off from Mr. Bart Torvik. In real life, Kraton is -1.5. Our line that we are going off of is Kraton plus half a point on the road. John, unsurprisingly, went with Kraton. Now, Happer has been saying, I know you're going with the Jays. Happer's been saying all week that he thinks Creighton's going to lose this game. So do I pick against Happer and call him a moron? Or do I pick against John and call him a moron?
Well, you like calling one a moron more than the other.
I do. True. I do like calling John a moron. I don't think I've ever called Happer a moron. Sorry, Happer, you're a moron. Give me Kraton.
First time for everything.
Yeah.
I know what I said earlier, but if I play both sides, I always come out on top.
Yeah.
You're rooting for a tie?
Give me Villanova.
Wow.
It's their Super Bowl.
Man, but Nick, if Kraton wins, we're off at 5:30 on
Right. I don't not want that.
Yeah.
But
man, that sounds fun.
I'm playing both sides.
Gonna have some dinner with my wife that night. Jimmie?
Here's the thing. Somebody has to lose the Super Bowl, and it's Villanova. Jays by 6 or more.
Whoa! Take Jays on the alternate line, says Jimmy Allen. Nebraska. This is a line just from Bart. We do not have an official line, but they are by the way, Odson just learned that what our movie is, and he said, "Oh hell yes!"
Yeah. Oh,
Josh Odson,
great.
Very excited. I've never seen it. I'm very excited. Nebraska -4.5 at Michigan. Win this game, you log up a 3 seed in the conference tournament. I think you then avoid Dayton, and you're good to go. John likes Nebraska. I agree. Give me Nebraska. Jimmie?
4.5. Yeah, Michigan's a dumpster fire. Give me the Huskers.
Nick?
If Nebraska loses to Michigan, there's a lot that needs to be examined and reevaluated about the program.
Fire Fred Hoiberg.
Nebraska it is.
Nebraska does.
All right. And let's go with 2 Oscar props. So the first one is the lone category that we talked about earlier with Kent that is kind of up in the air, and that is best lead actress in a movie. And so the odds are some long shots for Sandra Holler, for Carey Mulligan, and for Annette Bening. So if you want to pick one of them, feel free, but you're going to give up a free point.
Yeah.
It's down between Lily Gladstone in Killers of the Flower Moon and Emma Stone in Poor Things, the movie where she's very brave, apparently. Many are saying. John went with Gladstone. I'm going to agree with John.
Looks like we're all triple handshake memeing.
All right.
Quadruple handshake. Meme.
Wow, the handshake boys. And finally, Oppenheimer. So I'm worried that I set the
bar too high.
No, I'm worried I set it too high. Yes, because Kent said earlier. So the line that we have for Oppenheimer over under 8.5 wins.
He said a lock for 7, right?
He said a lock for 6, and he thinks the ceiling is 8.
Oh,
so I'm already like, oh, rats. That's
No, this can be a gimme for everybody.
If we, and there's part of me that wants to go with the over.
Do
just
it
because it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Because what if it just
See
has?
what happens.
What if it has one of those nights?
See what happens, Josh. Hit the over.
Nah, I'll go under. Under 8.5. Nick?
Under.
Life's too short to bet the under. Give me the over.
Oh, hell yeah.
Let's go, Oppenheimer.
All right, there you go. And that is predictions. You haven't seen Oppenheimer, right?
I've watched the first 30 minutes of it.
Oh, man.
You said 3 minutes?
Yeah, it was bad.
Wait, 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said 30 earlier.
No,
Wow.
We literally got in, like, the movie had just started.
Yeah,
I can tell you what the opening scene looks like. I can't even tell you one word that was uttered.
Why? What happened?
Because it's...
Well,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Kids, Nick, they're fun.
Jimmie, you should watch this movie, man.
You should watch this movie.
I've heard. We tried.
Yeah, it's good.
It's streaming now.
To answer Michael Severe's question, yeah, she gets naked too.
Hi, Michael.
Multiple times.
Mhm.
Yeah. Remember, Nick? Remember that scene?
No, I remember that scene.
Yeah. When I say remember that scene, which scene do you think about first?
Is this an Oppenheimer?
Yeah.
I heard there's a lot of
I
nudity.
think of the one of those scenes. I think of the one in the interrogation room where it's just like, whoa, what's going on here, folks?
That was so I'm thinking of the chair scene, but she was also in that chair scene, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think of the chair scene.
Yeah. Well, which chair? There was 2 chair scenes. The one where she's just chilling.
Yeah.
Okay. I think of the one where what's her name's just like looking at her like, wow, I'm imagining quite the thing
Oh
right
yeah.
now.
No, the chilling in the chair.
Chilling in the chair. Man, don't we all love to chill in the chair? You know what else we love to do?
I didn't get any of those references.
Well, you got to watch the movie, Jimmie. We love to have Nick asks us questions. You know, I might ask or add one more, so stay tuned, Nick. I'm going to email you because Jimmie sent something a little bit earlier that we can add in, so we'll add that. But coming up next in predictions, we give you a final score on the Pepperdine game from yesterday. We were keeping listeners abreast of that game throughout. Note that was not a pun on Oppenheimer.
Nice.
And what
was that the Brown
Speaking
team?
of Emma Stone.
The brown and yellow team?
Yeah, that was the game that there were a lot of points to a little points.
I liked your adjustment there, Nick.
Yeah, we'll give a final score on that. Steve Sipple was on the morning show today, and he had a take. So we
Isn't
can
he always on the morning show? Oh,
yeah.
our morning show.
Our morning
I
show,
gotcha.
indeed. Yeah,
I was thinking
yes.
the ticket show.
Wow, mute
Sorry.
that.
What
Nick.
show?
Just kidding, Nick. You don't have to mute it. And
Aren't they a sister station?
no.
Oh, really? Oh,
Definitely not.
the more you know. I don't work here.
Yeah. 1620 is only in your Twitter handle.
Yeah.
Dodgeball. But we're not talking about the movie.
Oh.
When we return on 1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
If weekend brunch makes you happy, and Sunday happy hour makes you happy, and delicious Mexican foods make you happy, then come to Copal Mexican Cuisine this weekend and get happy, happy, happy. It starts with brunch on Saturday and Sunday that includes Mexican favorites and brunch classics with something for everyone. Then it's Sunday Fun Day happy hour with happy hour prices all day. So come on, get happy at Copal Mexican Cuisine. Find them on Facebook and at 129th and Maple. Traditional Mexican flavors with a modern culinary touch.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Hi, this is Stacey McGilligan, Director of Sales for NRG Media Omaha. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished bilingual new business development salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to the next level. Is this you? Our multimedia account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG Media lets you make a real difference in our community. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. through H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. All right, Jimmy, now you've received 3 emails from me in the history of your email.
Our long-term friendship is just blossoming.
It's time for some unsportsmanlike content. Nick, take it away.
We call those 3 mails.
We do not call them 3 mails.
You just did. Now it's a thing.
Damn it.
Remember yesterday when we kept folks updated on Pepperdine's dominant first half of Pacific?
Yep. Dominant.
Well, they held on to win.
Let's
102 to 43. The 59-point win is the 5th largest in a conference tournament game in Division I history, according to ESPN stats and information. Have you ever been involved in a game as one-sided as this one?
So, in baseball as a kid, you're either on the good team or the bad team. It doesn't seem like there's any in between. And I was on the wrong side. My first year of baseball, we were really good.
You ever been on both, though? Like, where one year's really good, one year's really bad?
The first year was really good. After that, I feel like I was never on the right side. And, man, at least those have run rules because they suck. I think that I was on the wrong side of a couple of bad basketball ones, like for a YMCA team or a high school team.
On basketball.
But and you know what? I will say that I'm trying to remember what year it was. There was a football, like probably my first or second year playing football, where our team was just garbage. And it's a bummer. It really is.
Yeah, I think I've told this story on this show before, but I was we were playing an undefeated team one time, and we were up heading into the 6th inning, which is famously in Little League Baseball, the last one. And they brought some 16-year-old that had a mustache in out of the bleachers and let him hit against us. Stay classy, South Omaha baseball. But no, this makes it even more funny when we reference Alabama playing Pacific in the 9th week of college football next season.
Oh boy.
A first-of-its-kind tournament featuring NIL deals as payouts is coming to college basketball next season. The 8-team Invitational in Vegas will guarantee $1 million be split among players on each team, with another $1 million to the winning team. Do we like?
I kind of hate it.
Why?
Just because
hate kids getting money.
Just because it's different in some way.
Like I'm talking to John.
Jimmy Allen here for bootstraps.
It's just I mean, we made so much fun of the in-season tournament in the NBA this year, but maybe it's a little more normal because this actually happens in college basketball. They didn't just pull this idea out of thin air. I'm happy kids are making money, but I don't know. I can deal without the in-season tournament stuff.
Yeah, in-season tournament, bad. Players getting money, good. Though, honestly, Jimmy, is this any different than the Maui Invitational?
See, I don't really like that stuff either.
Okay,
I would much rather just get into the meat and potatoes of the season.
I feel like this is going to be the future of
Oh yeah, people are going to try to get people to come to their destination.
Well, I was going to say this is going to be the future of the college football playoff, bowl games. Like this is going to be we're going to look back on this and say that tournament did something that then a lot of other people followed.
But this is how you're going to get the Dukes and Kentuckys and the Michigan States of the world to come to your tournament by doing this now.
100%.
Denver welcomed Boston to their arena last night and proceeded to win by 6 points. It's the second loss in a row for the Celtics. Do we need to pump the brakes on coordinating them to win their first title in 16 years?
Hell yes, we do. Screw Boston. They're not winning a title. You know, I was born, Nick, in 1988. That's a long time ago. That's almost 40 years ago. And the Boston Celtics, in my whole life, they're a great franchise. They've won one title since I was born. One. The Lakers have won 6, by the way.
That's more than one.
Take that, Boston. So no, hell no, the Nuggets will beat them again. Hell, the Bucks might beat them in the playoffs.
Josh is not
or the Heat.
Nick, at the end of that, at the NBA championship, though, Kevin Garnett said anything is possible. And it is, unless you have Jason Tatum as your star player. They're not going to win. They're not going to win.
Hell yes. We love ripping on Jason Tatum.
Earlier today, listener Chris alerted us to Steve Sipple saying that Scott Frost's teams were never just plain awful. They just underachieved. You got any follow-ups on this comment?
I would agree with that statement.
Good Lord. Boo.
I think the teams were good. The organization behind the teams was whatever's worse than awful.
Just plain
horrible.
Yeah, man, did losing a lot of games in a very close manner really warp the way that we conversed about him. You know, it's nice, honestly, like to be so removed now from that era. Like, I was looking for something.
Kind of feels like a breath of fresh air.
It does. You know, I was looking for something the other day, and I can't remember what it was, but I stumbled upon a lot of tweets from like 2021 and the offseason then ahead of 2022. And I was just like, man, that was a toxic environment. And I know I was a part of it. I'm just happy that we're gone from it.
It didn't feel like anybody, the players included, really wanted to be there.
No, it was a bad time.
The boys' state title game in Class A is tomorrow night. Jimmie, you've had a chance to interview someone from every team that made it. Why do you like to cut down the nets?
Who do you like?
Who do you like to cut down the nets?
I was going to say, like ladders. I don't know.
Yeah, get on a ladder.
Yeah.
Step stools.
Jump. Listen, there's a real good likelihood it's going to be Bellevue West versus Millard North again. But if you haven't had the chance to see Dale Ron Thompson, the kid from Omaha Central, their point guard, he's special, and I think he gives them an outside chance to win it all. But I expect it to come down between Bell West and Millard North, and I think Coach Klein and Bell West is probably going to win the whole thing this year.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
No takes?
No, that was your takes.
Okay.
The Big Ten is all over the latest top 25 rankings for dodgeball.
Whoa.
That's right. Dodgeball. Even Nebraska shows up. Time for 1620 The Zone to cover another sport more in depth.
Yeah, how about this? Ohio State number 1 overall, Michigan State number 3, Penn State 7, Nebraska 8. I mean, dude, Maction is in here as well. Cincinnati. Illinois is in the top 25. They're down there at 21.
Before this, I didn't realize college dodgeball was a thing.
I had no idea it was a thing either. No, it is, Jimmie. There's the
clearly
graphic.
it is.
There's the graphic.
Nebraska's number 8, Jimmie.
Yeah, man,
cool.
You want to talk about sometimes people will,
Can you be both a Nebraska dodgeball and a Kraton dodgeball fan?
Jay's curse.
People will ask.
Steve says, can't wait for big red dodgeball overreaction. We're all looking forward
Honestly, I kind of want to schedule this. I love dodgeball.
Yeah?
I think this would be fun to watch.
There you go, Nick. Start doing a podcast.
I don't know about
Right
you
after
guys,
Formula One.
but the most enjoyable movie theater experience that I ever had for a comedy was dodgeball.
Really?
Nick, I don't want to be old, but you had to be there. The place was full, and tears. People literally were coming
they came
with
up to me,
tears in their eyes. I was laughing so effing hard.
Wow.
Have you seen that movie?
Not for a while, but yeah.
It is one of the funniest movies I've ever
Dude,
seen.
and I think stuff can be funny at home, but when you go to a movie that's funny and it's a full theater, like,
it's
comedy's not being good anymore, or like mainstream comedy movies not really being a thing.
Oh, because woke?
No, not because of that, just because it doesn't make as much fun. It's such a bummer because seeing the movies in that era in theaters and just like I remember seeing what's the one where Robert Downey was in blackface? That was hilarious.
Tropic Thunder.
That was so funny. seeing that in person. But yeah, anyway, I love dodgeball. I want to rewatch dodgeball. Let's watch dodgeball for the movie club.
I'll watch dodgeball.
Chuck Norris makes maybe the greatest cameo in
Chuck
all
Norris
of movie history.
Remember the early 2000s when there was just Chuck Norris jokes all the time for some reason?
People love
That was weird. Like that was
Superman wears Chuck Norris pajamas to bed.
I believe that was a Conan O'Brien thing.
Is that what started it? I never knew.
He either started it or he took it and ran with it.
I didn't like the Chuck Norris jokes. They weren't for me, but I'm happy some people enjoyed them.
As we discussed in predictions, the Oscars are this weekend. You got any final takes ahead of this weekend?
Yeah, your take was you don't watch.
Yeah,
you never
we'll make it 35 years in a row, baby.
Never watched the Oscars?
The greatest streak in history.
Dude, you should watch a few minutes of it and have some takes on Monday.
It's not an award show, guy.
Not an award show.
I won't be here on Monday, so I don't need it. Neither will you.
Yeah.
You don't need to watch either.
It's
There
our
you go.
anniversary.
Saved it for you.
Well,
be here.
we watch them even if I don't watch them to talk about it on the show. I like award shows, but it's our anniversary. We're not going to be watching that. Probably. I don't know.
You're going to be sipping margs?
No, that's Monday.
Oh,
We're doing
sorry.
that. The place we want to go to isn't open on Sunday, so
Sorry.
we'll do that on Monday. It's
You
okay.
have Chick-fil-A?
We're you settle down. We're having steaks though.
Oh,
Hell
steak
yeah.
boy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Nice little bone-in ribeye.
Bone-in boy.
Oh yeah. Call me. Oh, the bone will be in there.
It is
The
anniversary, after all.
ribeye. The ribeye.
Well, boys, I don't know if you noticed, it snowed again today. And the time change is coming on Sunday, which means spring is almost here. Do either of these things go together?
Predictions was the last segment.
Great point. Nick, I'd like you to look over at the video screen right now and see if anything
Josh
shows up.
No, this was a setup.
Oh,
this was a setup.
Look at that.
No!
Folks, it's time to say it. The snow is done. Let's go. You're welcome,
Josh.
Nebraska. And no, you're welcome, Omaha. The snow is done in Omaha. I don't give a hoot about Lincoln.
Oh.
I don't give a hoot about Fremont.
Do you remember?
Snow is done in Omaha.
What was it, about 10 years ago
It's
where it
Fremont, Western
snowed
Nebraska.
in May?
Basically.
Do you not remember the May snow?
When was this?
Like 10 years ago.
No, that's a decade ago, Nick. I was 25.
I was scooping snow on my birthday, Josh.
I don't care about your birthday, Nick.
I was scooping it.
Happy snow is done day.
You mentioned about how much you like telling John he's an idiot.
Yeah. Oh, what are you
know
about
how
to say?
much I like telling you you're an idiot.
What are you going to say?
I think you're right. I think the
Hell
snow's
yes!
done.
Boom!
Cancel
Jimmie's
it.
on my side.
He only
Two
does-
wrongs made a right.
He only does this when John's out because he's scared of John.
I think he's right, though. With the
If Jimmie-
65-degree temperatures coming at the middle of March.
Nick, you know what happens if you do -2 times -2? Do you know what that means?
It's just 4.
It's 4. Bad takes times bad takes equals a positive take.
Wow.
We're back, baby.
Some would call it a quad one
The
take.
snow is done. It's a quad 1 take. Get out the shorts. Put the jeans away. I'll be organizing my dresser soon. Man, this is great. How awesome is this, Nick?
I don't trust you. or believe you.
This should be
I
the
don't like
breakout
talking-
video.
I don't like talking about the weather.
Why not? What?
Because it always gets cursed. You
don't
say
like-
something's done. Oh, it's not going to rain. And
Nick,
then it
it's going to be
rains.
69 on Wednesday.
Nice.
Hell yes.
That's nice.
God, that is awesome. You know what else is awesome, Nick? That the
I'll be
snow is done. I made a nice little graphic there. Graphic, Washington, D.C., March 18th, 1995. The following statement was released today by Michael Jordan through his personal attorney and business manager, David B. Falk, chairman of the Falk Associates Management Enterprise, Inc., FAME, located in Washington, D.C., in response to questions about his future career plans. The snow is done. Thank you, Michael Jordan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck Norris. I
Thank
now
you.
see why Josh doesn't read the content questions.
Why doesn't I read what?
He was a little rough getting there through that Michael Jordan quote.
Who was?
You
What?
stumbled through his.
Oh, I'd like to
representative
see
and-
you read that.
Well, there was that time where I couldn't talk. Josh helped me out with
That
those
is true.
questions.
I was here for that.
You were here for that.
You were of teeth. that
Jordan
day.
writes, it was 11. My college graduation from UNL got canceled because of it. I don't care about your college graduation.
Thank you, Jordan.
No offense, Jordan.
I had to scoop snow on my birthday, Josh. That's a natural.
It's not my fault. I didn't say the snow was done that year.
You probably did.
You probably
And this
did.
is great news. All right, we'll come back. We'll say goodbye and discuss what's for dinner next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Hi, friends. Kent Pavelka courtside getting ready for this year's matchup between the Average Roofing Companies and the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The Average Roofers are just that, average at best, not very impressive. The Rooferees, above and beyond the opponent. More dependable, service that exceeds the norm. Good sportsmanship, fairness, and integrity. You know them, you love them, and they're ready to win for you. Make the right call with John Higgins Weather Guard. It's tip-off time with the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Make the right call.
If you're unhappy with your job or employer and you've hit a dead end, it's time to start your new career as a delivery driver with Host Coffee. Our local family-owned business is growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let Mentality lead the way.
Don't let power outages disrupt your life. Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More is here to help ensure your home stays powered no matter what. Introducing the ultimate solution for uninterrupted power, the Generac Whole Home Generator. From keeping your lights on to running your appliances, say goodbye to inconveniences and hello to peace of mind. Invest in a whole home generator today and never worry about power outages again. Stay connected, stay comfortable, and stay protected. Call now and get a free surge protector with a new install. While supplies last, call 402-934-7003 or just call Burton.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Oh, man, I got to get my brown on.
The 1620, The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first. He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
It's a Friday. People are going to fish fries.
Oh, yeah, it is that season, isn't it?
Uh-huh. What are you having tonight for dinner, Jimmy?
We brought it up earlier off air. I'm stopping and getting the family Dave's Hot Chicken.
Dude, you love Dave's Hot Chicken.
I do. I haven't had it.
I get it.
I haven't had it in months.
I haven't stopped thinking about it since the last time I had it.
When Jimmy bought it for us?
Yeah.
What a guy.
Yeah, that was the last time I had it, actually. What was it?
I think that was less than months ago.
I think it was like 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah, it was probably this year. It was probably early this year.
I thought it was only a month ago.
I believe it was
Only a
December,
month
the
ago.
last week of December, actually.
Speaking of chicken, I have some leftover thighs. Thighsies. I'm gonna do that. Baked potato and some roasted broccoli.
Oh, you're cooking for yourself tonight?
Oh, yeah. It's leftover.
That actually sounds really good, though.
So, but it's nice, though. I'll throw the baked potato in the air fryer. I'll take Banks for a walk. I'll come back. It'll almost be done. I'll then throw the broccoli in the air fryer. I'll eat that.
Hell yeah.
How long do you and Banks usually go for a while? Like
About a half hour. It's like a mile and a quarter.
Okay.
Yeah. Just do a traditional loop.
I think it's a rice night.
It's a rice night for Nick.
No plans.
No Taco Bell.
That's what's for dinner. Let us know what you're having. Hashtag what's for dinner. Also, let us know what you are drinking. More importantly, let us know what you are drinking. Chris is enjoying a pseudo Sue from TG, toppling Goliath. Let's see. Mr. M. Koth is enjoying a spotted cow today on this One Beer Friday. And Kevin is enjoying, well, I don't know what it is, but it's in a 1971 Nebraska championship glass, and he's down in Kansas City, Missouri. Let us know what you're drinking. Hashtag One Beer Friday, and you could win a gift certificate to Lucky Bucket. We appreciate Lucky Bucket. The IPA was delicious.
The lager was great.
Yeah, and we had a great time here today. We'll be back on Monday. Well, some of us will be back on Monday.
One of us will be
Literally
back on
only
Monday.
one of us will be back on Monday.
Wait, you're not going to be here?
I guess I will. I
will
be here
be
on
here.
this show.
Oh, I see. One of us.
I'm the only one of us that will be here on Monday.
Nick will be here. John will
One
be here.
of us.
Matt Foster will be here.
Matt Foster
Nice.
making his zone debut.
Awesome. So they will be on the Grum on Monday. Jack and Mitch will be on as usual. I'll be back, though, on Tuesday for the show.
Where John won't be here again.
Yeah.
Although
And
John
will be
Schreiner will be.
then you'll be
after
back
hours
again.
on Monday.
Jimmy,
Jimmy,
seeing you or John, it's like reliving my parents' divorce all over again. It's
classic.
One or the other.
The divorce has happened all over.
You're not my real dad, Jimmy.
You'll be back
Who's
on
your
the you'll be back on the air tomorrow, Jimmy, at like what 1:30
Yeah,
ish,
I gotta be back.
1:45.
Isn't
2
the game
o'clock?
at 1:30?
Isn't the game at 11 tomorrow? Or am I thinking of Nebraska?
No, I think shoot.
I'm thinking of Nebraska's game.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
You had me
All right.
worried for a minute.
Either way, you'll be on tomorrow. You'll talk.
402-951-1620.
That's the phone number. Don't call now.
Yeah, no,
Man.
call tomorrow.
You can call now. We're not going to answer.
But Jimmy, we appreciate you filling. I'm not going to give you like a flowery goodbye. You're going to be here like
Give
a
me
billion.
give me my flowers.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Screw you, Jimmy.
Hey, remember
See you
when
next week.
Jimmy said he was wrong?
That was
yeah.
great.
Jed says pretty crazy that Jimmy thinks Calvin Johnson was a bust.
Watch out for that video on our YouTube later, by the way.
Nice job.
Bye.